Welcome back, Wand Lighters, to Cosmic Wand, the channel where magic runs deep and the theories run deeper. Today we are diving into an adventure titled, Dumbledore sealed 7 of Harry's magical cores and a voice cracked one open on every birthday from age 4, a story of sealed power, a whispered voice in the dark, and a boy who refuses to stay small. If you love slow burn transformations, cunning heroes, and old magic breaking its chains, hit that subscribe button and tap the bell so you never miss a new saga. Grab a cup of something warm, settle in, and let's open the first door together. Chapter 1, The Voice in the Cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust, old cleaning rags, and the metallic tang of fear. Harry Potter curled himself into the smallest shape he could manage on the stained mattress and listened to the house breathing above him. The boiler clicked. Pipes complained. In the kitchen, Aunt Petunia shrieked at Uncle Vernon about the price of custard powder, and Dudley banged a plastic hammer against the floor until the chandelier in the hallway trembled. It was the night before his 4th birthday, and nobody in number 4, Privet Drive had remembered. Harry did not cry. He had learned, before he could properly speak, that crying made his aunt's mouth go thin and his uncle's neck go purple. Instead, he pressed his cheek against the cool plaster wall and traced the shape of a spider with one small, careful finger. The spider was dead. Had been dead since yesterday, when Dudley had squashed it on his way to fetch a biscuit. Harry had given it a name, solemnly, in the middle of the night. The name was Henry. He mourned Henry with the grave dignity of a small boy who had nothing else to hold a funeral for. Go to sleep, Potter /. Vernon's voice boomed, and the door of the cupboard shook. Harry said nothing. He didn't dare. The bruise on his ribs where Dudley had kicked him that morning was still fresh enough to hurt when he breathed too deeply, and saying the wrong word, or any word at all, tended to make things worse. He listened to the heavy, decisive footsteps climbing the stairs, past his little door, up into the brightness where other people lived. He watched the thin line of golden light beneath the cupboard door until it too clicked out. Then the house was quiet. Harry closed his eyes. He opened them. And then a voice that was not a voice at all said his name. Harry. It did not come from inside the cupboard. It did not come from outside either. It came from somewhere behind his own ribs, as if a second heart were tapping out Morse code against his sternum. The voice was low and old and rustling, like a page being turned in a book left out in the garden, like dry grass, like a long breath let out after a long silence. Harry sat up very slowly. His head brushed the sloped underside of the stairs. He opened his mouth to speak, remembered the cupboard, and closed it again. You do not need to speak aloud, child. I can hear you well enough. Harry's throat felt thick. What, he thought, helplessly, are you? A soft laugh. It sounded like someone trying very hard to be kind while also being very tired. An old debt. A long promise. A line of blood that stretches back to 3 brothers on a bridge that was not a bridge. A thing that was put to sleep when you were very small and has been waiting a long time to say hello. I don't understand. I know you don't. You are 4 years old, very nearly, and the only thing you ought to understand at your age is the feel of sunlight on your face and the taste of cake. We will correct both of those things in due course, you and I, starting tonight. Harry's fingers curled into the thin mattress. His pajamas were too short in the sleeve. His left sock had a hole in the heel. Is this a dream? It is a door. The voice was amused now, and the amusement was grim, the way adults were sometimes grim when they spoke about things that had hurt them. A door that has been locked since the night your mother gave you her life in place of her own. Tonight, because you have lived to the eve of your 4th year, because you have not broken, because you have mourned a spider named Henry with more courtesy than most grown men can muster, I am permitted to turn the key. Henry, Harry thought, astonished. How do you know about Henry? I know everything you are, Harry Potter. I have known you since before the seal closed over you. Now hush. This will feel strange. It will not hurt for long. Harry had time to think, feel strange how, and then heat climbed up his spine. It was not the heat of summer pavement. It was not the heat of Aunt Petunia's oven. It was heat from the inside, as if someone had struck a match at the base of his stomach and the flame were climbing, branch by branch, up through the hollow of him. His toes tingled. His palms tingled. Light, actual light, faint and greenish gold, welled up beneath the skin of his wrists and pulsed there, once, twice, as steady as the second heartbeat. He gasped. He could not help it. Breathe, child. Breathe around it. Do not fight and do not welcome it too eagerly. Only let it come. The mattress beneath him creaked. The air in the cupboard shivered. Over the dead spider on the wall, a curl of small flame appeared, no bigger than a thumbnail, blue at its heart. It burned without burning anything. It hovered, gentle and curious, an inch from the plaster, and cast a soft light that made the dust motes look like falling stars. Harry lifted a hand toward it. The flame bowed. He moved his fingers left. The flame drifted left. He opened his palm, and the flame came to rest in the center of it, warm, weightless, alive. Magic, he thought, and the word came up out of him from somewhere deeper than he had ever reached before, as if it had been planted there and had only now germinated. Magic. 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 The first of 7, the voice murmured. There are 6 more sleeping in you, locked up tight behind bindings that the old man thought very clever. 1 each year, Harry Potter, until you are whole. 1 each birthday, until the final door opens and you stand as the boy your mother and father made you to be, and not the boy the old man tried to carve out of what was left. What old man? A long pause. The flame in Harry's palm bent, as if listening. A question for another night. For tonight, you need only know this: you are not broken, Harry. You are sealed. And seals, even very good ones, crack. Harry closed his fingers around the flame. It did not go out. He opened them, it rose, obedient, and hovered again. He did not laugh out loud. He was a cupboard boy, he knew better. But something warm and large bloomed in his chest and pushed against the cage of his ribs, and his small face, in the blue-gold light, transformed in the way the faces of very young children do when they have, for the first time, been told a secret that belongs to them alone. Now, said the voice, gentler than before. Close your hand. The flame will sleep inside you until you call it. Do not call it where others can see. Do not frighten them, Harry. The world is crueler to frightened people than to powerful ones, and you are about to become both. Harry closed his hand. The flame went where it was told. He felt it, still, under the skin of his palm, a coin of warmth he could feel with his thumb. He pressed it there, just to be sure. It thrummed back at him like a small, loyal animal. Thank you, he thought, very hard, into the space behind his ribs. Sleep, child. We have a great deal of work ahead of us, and little time. I will return when I am permitted. Until then, remember, there are 7 doors. There are 6 to go. And then the voice was gone, and the cupboard was just a cupboard again, and Harry Potter, who had just turned 4 in the last 7 minutes of the 4th of August, lay down on his stained mattress with a coin of flame under the skin of his palm and slept the first unbroken sleep of his life. Far away, in a stone tower whose windows looked out over a lake shaped like a crescent moon, an old man sat up in bed. Albus Dumbledore did not, at first, know why he had woken. The castle was quiet around him. Fawkes drowsed on his perch, one eye slitted, one foot tucked neatly into golden feathers. The silver instruments on the spindly table beside the fireplace whirred and clicked in their usual patient conversation with the wards and the weather. It was, to all appearances, an ordinary night. And yet. He sat very still, his long hand flat on the coverlet, and listened with the part of himself that was not, strictly speaking, hearing at all. There had been a, what? A flicker. A thread plucked. As if someone had reached very delicately, very lightly, into the loom of a tapestry he had been weaving for years, and taken hold of a single red strand, and tightened it by 1/4 millimeter. Dumbledore rose. He did not bother with slippers. He padded across cool stone to the spindly table and placed his index finger against the rim of a particular instrument, a small orrery with 7 bronze planets spinning around a dark central bead. The bead was the size of a pea, and it had been the color of fresh ink for nearly 4 years. Tonight, when he bent to look at it, the bead had a hairline crack down one side. A thread of greenish-gold light pulsed out of the crack, once, and sank back in. For the space of 3 breaths, Albus Dumbledore did not move at all. Then he closed his hand around the orrery, lifted it, examined the crack from every angle, set it down, and sat in his armchair. He stared into the cold fireplace for a long time. The seal on Harry Potter was not meant to fail. It had been laid with patience and cunning, with runes from 3 traditions and blessings from 2 orders, with his own considerable skill and that of several friends who had owed him more favors than they could count. It had been laid to keep the boy safe from himself and from the shard of darkness that his mother's sacrifice had sealed inside him alongside his own magic. It had been laid so that the boy would grow without incident, without spectacle, without drawing the eyes of those who might use him, until the time came for him to be used correctly. It had not been laid to crack. Albus Dumbledore stroked his long beard and considered, in a calm and orderly manner, the possibility that he had made a mistake. After a time, he dismissed the possibility. Mistakes, he reflected, were things done by men who had not thought carefully enough. He had thought very carefully indeed. What he was looking at, then, was not an error in his own work. It was an intervention from somewhere else. A guest in the house he had built. An unwelcome one. He touched the cracked bead once more. The greenish-gold light answered his touch, cool and indifferent, and he felt something in it he had not expected to feel, familiarity. As if he had once, a very long time ago, stood on a hill with the wind in his hair and heard a voice like that speaking through the hedgerows. "Oh," he said, very softly, to the empty room. "Oh, my." Fawkes opened one eye fully. The phoenix made a small, interrogative trill. "It appears," Dumbledore said, "that we have a difficulty. Or, rather, that an old difficulty has declined to stay difficult in the way we had arranged." Fawkes said nothing to that. Fawkes never said anything to that. But the bird's feathers ruffled, in a way Dumbledore had learned to read as disapproval. "I know, old friend," he said. "I know." He sat up the rest of the night, and when the first grey light crept across the lake, he wrote a short letter to Arabella Figg of Wisteria Walk, asking her to pay more careful attention than usual to the boy at No. 4, Privet Drive. He sealed the letter with a drop of his own blood and sent it with a school owl. Then he stood at his window and watched dawn break over the black lake, and only his oldest, closest friends, those few who knew what his face did when he was worried, would have been able to tell that the headmaster of Hogwarts was not a well man that morning. Harry woke to the sound of Dudley screaming. It was the kind of scream Dudley saved for great occasions, when he was denied a second helping of chocolate biscuits, when Aunt Petunia cut a crust wrong, when Uncle Vernon forgot to laugh at one of his jokes. On the morning of Harry's 4th birthday, the occasion was that his mother had forgotten to buy the right kind of cereal. Harry lay in his cupboard and let the noise roll over him. He was wearing, still, the 2 small pajamas he had gone to bed in. The coin of warmth under the skin of his palm pulsed once, quietly, when he rubbed his eye. He remembered, with the perfect bright clarity of a child's memory, everything that had happened. The voice. The flame. The door. He was not, he thought, the same Harry he had been yesterday. He also was, in every way that mattered to Aunt Petunia, exactly the same Harry, which was to say, invisible and in the way. The cupboard door banged open. Aunt Petunia's long white face leaned in, her mouth already arranged in a shape that meant nothing pleasant was about to come out of it. "Up," she said. "Up, up, up. Your cousin will not have his breakfast ruined by your lying about in there. Make the tea. Burn the toast and you'll regret it." Harry slid out of the cupboard, blinking against the bright morning light. He slipped into the kitchen on small, bare feet and reached for the kettle. The coin under his palm gave an interested twitch when his fingers brushed the cold metal. For a bright, stupid second, he wondered whether he could just look at the kettle and make it boil. The voice in his memory, gentle and severe, said, "Do not call it where others can see." He filled the kettle with water from the tap, instead, and set it on the stove. He did not burn the toast. Aunt Petunia, when she examined it, sniffed with a brisk, disappointed air, as if she had been cheated of an excuse. Dudley, in his high chair, threw a spoon at the window and missed. Harry stood by the stove with his hands folded in front of him and listened to the Dursley family perform its morning routine, and he smiled a tiny, private smile that none of them saw, because the coin of warmth was still there, under his palm, saying, "Yes, this is real, yes, you are not alone." It took Harry 3 days to figure out how to call the flame on purpose. He did it the first time in the narrow, wild strip of grass behind the back shed, where Aunt Petunia did not go because the nettles were too tall and Uncle Vernon did not go because there was nothing to shout at. He sat cross-legged in the weeds, held his palm up the way he had seen priests on the telly hold up wafers, and thought, very firmly, "Come." Nothing happened. He thought, "Please." Nothing. He thought about the cupboard, about the dark, about the voice that had been kind to him for the first time in as long as he could remember, and about Henry the Spider, and his throat ached in the new, strange way it had been aching since the night before, as if he had swallowed a small sun and it was still trying to rise in him. Then he thought, very quietly, "Please, friend." The flame came. It was the size of a pearl now. It sat in the center of his palm and turned in a slow, patient circle, as if inspecting the boy whose hand it had agreed to rest in. Harry stared at it with such intensity that his eyes watered and he had to blink, which made the flame bob in sympathy, and he laughed for the first time and he couldn't remember how long, a small, surprised, soft laugh that the nettles hid. He practiced, after that, in the thin margins of his day. In the cupboard at night, with the door pulled tight and the coin of warmth glowing gently in his palm so he could read the spines of Dudley's cast-off storybooks. In the garden shed, where he learned that he could make the flame cast a light cold enough to read by but not warm enough to burn paper, if he asked nicely. In the small corner of the park where Aunt Petunia left him while she and Mrs. No. 7 discussed which of the neighborhood cats had dug up whose begonias, where he held the flame underwater in the brook for a full minute and watched it walk back up the line of his palm when he let it out. The voice did not return. He told himself, over and over, that it would. It had said it would. It had said there were 6 more doors. There were 6 more years. Harry, who had lived 4 years with very little to trust, decided to trust this. Meanwhile, the world continued. Dudley turned 5 with a vast party to which no one invited Harry. Vernon was promoted at Grunnings and came home with an actual bottle of wine, which he poured into 2 glasses and drank both of himself, and which made him louder than usual for 3 evenings running. Petunia took Dudley to a petting zoo and brought back photographs of Dudley crying next to a sheep. Harry, who had not been taken, watched a pair of magpies from his cupboard window fly figure-8s around the television aerial and decided that if he had to be a bird, he would like to be a magpie, because they looked as though they knew things. School, for Dudley, was a thing to be postponed. For Harry, it was a rumor he had only recently been made to understand applied to him as well. Aunt Petunia had bought him a pair of second-hand trousers that were, in fact, Uncle Vernon's 20 years ago, and had taken them in with a grim ferocity. She had cut his hair with kitchen scissors. She had pressed a piece of toast into his hand and pointed at the door of the primary school and had said, "Behave," and had then not looked back. Harry behaved. He was very good at behaving. Behaving meant not being loud. Behaving meant not being seen. Behaving meant drawing the same picture the other children were drawing, using the same crayons, while not quite letting any of the crayons break in his fingers, because the coin of warmth under his palm did not always like it when he was bored. He watched the other children with the careful attention of a boy who had learned to read the room because the alternative was bruises. He saw who was cruel. He saw who was kind. He saw who was afraid. He saw a little girl with very clean yellow hair named Abigail who gave away half of her snack every day to a boy who cried when his mother dropped him off, and he saw a tall boy named Piers Polkiss who followed Dudley like a fox following a bear, hoping for scraps. On the last Tuesday before Christmas, Piers cornered Harry behind the playground shed and demanded his snack. Harry considered, for the space of a breath, telling Piers that he did not have a snack today because Dudley had taken it. He considered saying nothing at all. He considered the coin of warmth in his palm. He did not call the flame. He had been given rules, and he was a boy who kept rules when they were given to him kindly. But he did, very carefully, look at Piers for a long moment, with eyes that were darker and steadier than a 4-year-old's eyes had any right to be. And the air around Harry, who had not yet called the flame, got warmer than the air around anything else on a December afternoon. Piers' hand, which had been clenching toward Harry's collar, stopped mid-reach. "Smine anyway," Piers muttered, and turned around, and ran. Harry stood in the shadow of the shed and considered what had just happened. He considered the look on Piers' face, which had been surprise first and then something Harry did not have a word for, the sort of look you give a dog that has turned out to be a wolf. He considered whether he ought to feel bad. He decided, in the careful, serious way of very small and very watchful children, that he did not. He walked back to the playground, sat down on the cold bench where Abigail was organizing a small army of pine cones, and when she looked up at him with her round blue eyes and said, "Want one?" he took the pinecone with great dignity, named it Henry II, and made a small army alongside her until the bell rang. That night, Harry Potter lay in his cupboard and whispered, without quite meaning to speak aloud, "Thank you." The coin of warmth thrummed once under his palm. It was, he decided, the best winter he had ever had. Spring arrived with rain that smelled like old stone and new grass. In the small office on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Albus Dumbledore conducted his usual business with his usual courtesy and his usual humor. He adjudicated a dispute between Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick over the proper storage of singing bulbs. He approved a grant request from the Ministry for a study of trolls in Wales. He met with the parents of a Hufflepuff second year whose mediocre grades had become, by some grim parental alchemy, Dumbledore's personal responsibility to rescue. He did all of this impeccably, because he was Albus Dumbledore and anything less would have been noticed. He also spent 14 minutes of every day, no more, no less, in a particular position at the spindly table by his fireplace, his finger on the rim of a particular orrery, his eyes closed, reading the patterns of 7 bronze planets as one reads a weather chart. The bead at the center had a hairline crack. The crack was not getting any bigger. But it was not, as he had hoped, closing either. The greenish-gold light inside pulsed with the steady, faint, healthy rhythm of something that was no longer under his control and had decided, in the way living things decide, to remain not under his control. Arabella Figg's reports came once a month on squashed lavender notepaper, written in her cramped, fond, muddle-headed hand. "Nothing to report, Albus. The boy is thin and quiet. He is polite when he visits for cat-sitting. Dudley threw a frisbee at his head last Saturday and the frisbee went wide, which was unusual because Dudley does not, as a general rule, miss. Perhaps the wind. Perhaps the wind," Dumbledore wrote on a piece of parchment, in a hand so neat it looked like printing. Or perhaps something else. He did not send the question back to Arabella. He sat with it. He turned it over. He considered every piece of information he had about the child, which was extensive, and every piece of information he had about the seal, which was more extensive, and every piece of information he had about the people and powers who might have reached into his work and cracked a bead. The list of suspects grew short very quickly. Most of it, was old. Dumbledore did not say anything about this to anyone, because there was no one he trusted to say it to. Not Minerva, who would demand to know what he had done to the child in the first place. Not Severus, who would have opinions unhelpful to all parties. Not Alastor, who would take it as an excuse to break into the Dursley house with a concealed axe. He decided, instead, to watch and to wait. If a second crack appeared on the bead at the next birthday, he would act. If it did not, he would know that what had happened on the eve of Harry's 4th birthday had been a one-time event, a fluke, a small stumble in an otherwise elegant long game. If it did appear, he would know that someone, or something, intended to unmake his work entirely. He closed the drawer where he kept the orrery. He went down to dinner in the great hall. He ate treacle tart. He spoke pleasantly to the head of Gryffindor about her cat. He laughed at Phileas Flitwick's impression of a dueling goblin. He was, in every way, a man at peace. At the high table, a woman with black hair and a severely pinned bun looked at him twice during the meal and then looked away each time, because she had known him for 40 years and because she had learned, without ever being told, that when Albus Dumbledore was most at peace was when he was most afraid. Back at Privet Drive, Harry Potter sat on the swing in the park with Abigail and read her a story out of a book that did not, strictly speaking, belong to him. It was a picture book about a dragon, and he read it slowly, sounding out the harder words, because he was 4 years old and the words were written for children twice his age. Do dragons exist? Abigail asked, halfway through, with the perfect seriousness of children who have not yet been told that they should not ask. Harry considered this. He had not been told, in so many words, that dragons existed. He had been told that there were 7 doors and that one had opened. He had been told that the world was crueler to frightened people than to powerful ones. He had been told, by a voice that had held him more gently than anyone had ever held him, that he was not broken. He looked at Abigail. He held the book open with one hand and, very quietly, opened his other hand under the bench where Abigail could not see. A small pearl of blue-gold flame rose up into his palm. It sat there, modest, waiting. He closed his hand. Yes, he said. They do. Abigail nodded, as if a fact she had already suspected had been confirmed. Good, she said. They read the rest of the book together. The sun went down behind the roofs of Privet Drive. A magpie on the telegraph wire watched them, turning its head at an angle of polite interest. And under the skin of Harry's palm, the first seal, which was only the first, which was not the hardest, which was far from the last, hummed its steady, obedient, uncrackable thrum, and waited patiently for the 2nd birthday to come around. When Harry was tucked into his cupboard that night, with the door shut and the light out, he whispered, just once, into the dark, I'm ready for the next one. He was not, of course. But it is a very good thing, for a boy in a cupboard, to believe that he is. And somewhere, neither near nor far, a voice that was not a voice chuckled once, soft and grim, in approval. The summer that followed was long and hot and full of small secret miracles. Uncle Vernon took the family to Brighton for 4 days in August. Harry was not taken. Mrs. Figg had her hip replaced in the 2nd week of the month and was not available to mind him, and so, after a morning of Petunia's tight-mouthed consultation with Vernon over the kitchen table and a short, vicious argument that Harry listened to from the cupboard, it was decided that Harry would be left to his own devices, with the back door locked and the front door locked and a list of chores long enough to fill the days. Harry, who had been expecting a beating at minimum, accepted this verdict with the face of a small, grave judge and the heart of a boy who has just been handed the keys to his own kingdom. For 4 whole days, no one watched him. He did the chores. He was thorough about the chores. He scrubbed the kitchen floor on his hands and knees with a brush that was almost as big as his head, and he weeded the garden, and he polished every boot in the hall cupboard until they gleamed. He did these things because the coin of warmth in his palm liked it when he was steady. He had noticed this. When he was sly, the flame itched, when he was honest, even in small ways, it purred. Then, the chores done, he read. He read everything in the house. Aunt Petunia's magazines. Uncle Vernon's Grunning's catalogue. The dull blue book from the shelf in the sitting room that nobody ever opened, which turned out to be a history of English parish churches and which Harry liked very much because the pictures were all of stones that had been in the same place for 1,000 years. He read Dudley's cast-off picture books from under Dudley's bed. He read the side of the cereal box. He read the warning label on a bottle of bleach. On the 2nd evening, he found, under a floorboard in the cupboard that creaked when he stepped on it, a battered paperback with a dragon on the cover and a woman with a sword and a small flying lizard perched on her shoulder. It was called The Dragon Riders of Pern. It was the first grown-up book Harry Potter had ever held in his hands. He read it by the light of the blue-gold flame, and he did not understand every word, but he understood enough to know that the people in the book rode creatures of fire and wind, and he understood enough to cry a little, quietly, into the mattress, when he reached the part where the young girl first touched the mind of a dragon and knew that she was not alone. Not alone, he thought. That's what I am, too. Not alone. He finished the book in the small hours of the third morning. He put it carefully back under the floorboard. He slept. On the fourth day, before the Dursleys were due to return, he did one last thing. He sat in the middle of the kitchen floor, which he had scrubbed the day before, and he held his hand palm up, and he asked the flame, very politely, if it might grow just a little. The flame grew. It became the size of an apple. It hung above his palm without touching it, a soft blue-gold ember, and when he tipped his hand, the flame drifted with him. He walked it, carefully, around the kitchen, because he wanted to see if it would follow. It followed. He walked it through the sitting room and into the hall and back again. It drifted behind him like a loyal, obedient star. He stopped in front of the hall mirror, which Aunt Petunia had forbidden him to look into because, she said, his face was a trial to her. He looked anyway. He stood in front of the mirror with the flame floating a careful inch from his right shoulder, and he looked at the boy in the glass. The boy in the glass had hair that stood up in every direction. His green eyes, behind the crooked taped glasses Aunt Petunia had found at a jumble sale, were too big for his small thin face. There was a yellow fading bruise along his jaw that Piers Polkiss had put there, and a new pink scratch on the back of his hand where Dudley's cat, not that the Dursleys had a cat, it was Mrs. No. 6, but it visited, had taken a dislike to him during the weeding. The boy in the glass did not look like a boy who had been told he was powerful. He looked like a boy who had been told he was worthless. It was a difficult pair of things to hold in the same head. Harry watched the flame float above his shoulder and he said, out loud, in the empty house, because there was no one to hear him, I'm going to learn everything. The flame, without his asking it to, brightened. Everything, he said again, and his small thin shoulders squared under the too big hand-me-down shirt, and his green eyes, behind the crooked glasses, went very steady. Every door. All 7. He closed his hand. The flame went where it was told. He drank a glass of water, put away the glass, wiped the counter, and was sitting in his cupboard with the door closed, reading the same dull blue book he had read on the first night, when the Dursleys' Vauxhall pulled into the driveway and Dudley immediately began crying about something. Harry smiled into the pages of a book about parish churches. He had had 4 days of quiet, and he had memorized the shape of his own face in the mirror, and he was not, in the end, going to let anyone take that from him. In September, he started school. The teacher at St. Gregory's Primary was a soft-voiced woman named Mrs. Carroway, who had the round cheeks and tired eyes of a person who had been saying the same sentences to children for 20 years. She was, Harry decided within 3 days, a good sort. She did not like Dudley, which she hid badly. She did like Abigail, which she hid well. She watched Harry with a careful, puzzled interest that Harry, for reasons he could not have put into words, found he did not mind. On the second Tuesday of term, Mrs. Carroway asked the class to draw a picture of something that made them happy. Dudley drew himself eating a cake as tall as a man. Piers Polkiss drew an airplane dropping a bomb on a small house, which Mrs. Carroway removed from the wall of drawings with a polite smile and an expression around the eyes that promised a serious conversation with Piers' mother. Abigail drew a very large horse with a very small girl sitting on top of it. Harry drew a dragon. He drew it in blue crayon and gold crayon, because those were the colors he had been given, and he drew it very seriously, with its wings outstretched and its tail curled, and he drew, on its back, a small boy whose face he did not give any features because the boy did not need a face, the boy was him. He did not label the dragon. He did not give it a name he could tell anyone out loud. In his head, he called it Henry III. Mrs. Carroway took the drawing off his desk with thumb and finger, held it up to the light of the window, and looked at it for a long time. Then she looked at Harry. "That's a very fine dragon, Harry." "Thank you, Mississippi. Did you see it in a book?" Harry considered. "Yes, miss," he said, which was true. "A good book?" "A very good book." Mrs. Carroway looked at him a moment more. Then she smiled, in a way that used her whole face, and she pinned his drawing to the wall between Abigail's horse and Teddy Castor's very blue whale, and said, "Class, come and look at Harry's dragon," and the class came and looked, and nobody, for reasons nobody in the room could have explained, laughed. Dudley, at the back of the room, said, "Stupid," very loudly. Mrs. Carroway, without looking up from her register, said, "Dudley, quiet now," in the exact tone of voice she used when she had run out of patience, and Dudley went red and quiet. After school, Piers Polkiss tried to corner Harry behind the shed again. Harry looked at him. He did not call the flame. He had rules. But he did, for the first time, let Piers see that he was not afraid. Piers ran. On the walk home, Abigail, whose mother walked her the long way round because her mother worked and Abigail had to be collected by her older brother at the end of Aunt Petunia Street, fell into step beside Harry at the corner of Magnolia Road. She was, that day, wearing a green ribbon in her yellow hair, and she was holding, solemnly, a small leaf she had found under the lime tree. "Harry," she said. "Yes." "You know the dragon you drew?" "Yes." "Is it a real dragon or a made-up dragon?" Harry considered her. She had the same round serious blue eyes he remembered. She was 4.5 years old and she had asked him the same question, in different words, almost a year ago on the swings. "Real," he said. Abigail nodded. "I thought so," she said. "Don't tell Dudley." "I won't. He'll try to kill it." "He can't." She looked at him sideways, with the shrewd measuring look of a small girl who had been paying attention. "No," she said, after a moment. "I don't suppose he can." And she peeled off at her corner, with her leaf held gravely in both hands, and Harry walked the rest of the way home alone with a feeling in his chest that he did not, for a long time, have a word for, because he had never before had a friend. That night, on the eve of what would, in a few months, be his 5th birthday, though the seal would not crack again until the exact moment of that birthday, the voice had been specific, Harry lay in his cupboard and turned over, in his small careful mind, everything he had learned since the first door had opened. He had learned to call fire without frightening anyone. He had learned to read a grown-up book. He had learned to stand still when a bully came close and let the air around him get warm. He had learned that there was a girl in the world who had asked him, twice, whether dragons were real, and had believed him both times. He had learned that an old man somewhere whom he had never met had done something to him when he was very small, something the voice had called a seal, something the voice had said was meant to keep him small. He did not yet know the old man's name. He suspected, in the slow patient way that watchful children suspect things, that he would know the name in time. He had learned that he was not broken. He was sealed. And seals cracked. The coin of warmth pulsed once under his palm, as if agreeing. Harry Potter closed his eyes in the dark of the cupboard under the stairs. He breathed slowly, in and out. He thought, very clearly, so that whoever was listening would hear, "I'll be here. When the next door is ready, I'll be here." Far away, in a low dark hovel deep in an Albanian forest, something that was barely a thing, barely a wraith, barely a name that had once been Tom, stirred in the hollow of a decaying tree. The wraith had no eyes to open and no ears to hear, but it felt, for the briefest scrape of an instant, a thread of power tug against the web of old compulsions it had woven for itself in its long exile, and then go silent again. The wraith did not, could not, know what it was. It turned in its hollow and hungered. Somewhere else, in a tower by a lake, an old man with blue eyes bent once more over a cracked bronze bead and frowned. And in a cupboard under the stairs of a very ordinary house on a very ordinary street, a boy with a scar on his forehead and a coin of warmth under his palm fell asleep with a small, stubborn smile. One door down. One door down. 6 to go. Outside his cupboard, the old house settled into its usual overnight creaks and sighs. A fox passed through the back garden and paused to investigate the overturned flower pot that Harry had not quite managed to set upright before being called in to clean the oven. A cat that belonged vaguely to Mrs. No. 7 crossed the road, stopped, lifted its head, and looked for a long moment in the direction of No. 4 before padding on. In the high bare branches of the elm 3 houses down, the magpie that had, for reasons known only to itself, taken to perching on the Desley's television aerial every evening of the preceding summer, shifted on its feet and tucked its head beneath one glossy wing. Harry Potter, in his cupboard, did not see any of this. But the coin of warmth under his palm, as if it could see everything, beat on steadily, a small, obedient, living thing, ready to be called when he called, ready to wait when he did not. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Years of cracking silence. On the last day of July, when Harry was 4 years and 11 months and 29 days old, he woke before dawn and climbed out of the cupboard on silent bare feet. He did not go to the garden. He did not go to the shed. He went, instead, to the small patch of thin carpet at the foot of the stairs where, since June, he had been hiding a ribbon of red silk and a small glass marble and a broken shoelace inside a loose flap of wallpaper. These were not treasures, they were, he had decided, tools. He had no words yet for altar, for focus, for ritual, but the shape of the thing was in him already, pressed into his bones by something older than his 5 not quite years. He laid the ribbon, the marble, and the shoelace on the floor in the shape the voice had drawn in his sleep, a circle, a triangle, a line through both. He sat cross-legged in the dim hall. He put his right palm over the coin of warmth under his left. He waited. At 2 minutes past midnight, he had turned 5. At 1 minute to dawn, the house above him creaked as Uncle Vernon rolled over in his sleep. At dawn itself, with the first pale stripe of light touching the glass of the front door and making the bottle bank in the hallway glow like church amber, the voice came. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter." "Thank you," Harry whispered, out loud, because he wanted to say it properly. "You are early. I didn't want to miss it." The voice laughed. It was drier than last time, crisper, like good paper folded in half. "You will not miss any of them, I think." "Well. The second door. Are you ready?" Harry closed his eyes. "Yes." "Then listen." It did not feel, this time, like heat up his spine. It felt, instead, like the inside of his head was being very gently scraped open, the way one might prise the lid off a tin of biscuits. He heard, suddenly, the breathing of Aunt Petunia 2 floors up. He heard Dudley's sleep snort. He heard the tick of his own heart, and the quieter tick beneath the quieter tick, and a sound beneath both that was something like music played on bone flutes from a long way off. Then he heard, without meaning to, a thought that was not his, "He is so small." It was Aunt Petunia, asleep in her bed, dreaming of her sister. Harry gasped and opened his eyes and the sound rushed away as if he had surfaced from deep water. "Softly, Harry. Softly. You are not meant to overhear them, you are meant to listen to them. Learn the difference. Push the world back a little. Let them have their thoughts. Only listen when you choose to." Harry pressed his palms together. He concentrated on his own heart, and his own heart alone, and the pressure in his head eased. The sounds outside his skull faded into their ordinary shape. Good. Very good. This is the second door. It is called mind. Mind, Harry thought, carefully, without yet speaking. You will hear, when you allow yourself to hear. You will see pictures where the person in front of you has pictures. You will, in time, show them pictures back. You will build a house inside your head that no one else can enter, and you will put your secrets in that house, and you will lock the door with a key only you can remember. This last part you must learn first. Do you understand? Yes, said Harry. Why first? Harry thought about it. The answer came up through him like a bubble through water. Because if anyone else finds out I can hear them, they'll hurt me. A very long silence. You are, the voice said, softly, a clever and a wounded child. I am sorry I cannot come more often than this. Build the house, Harry. We will speak again next year. Harry put his hand over his chest. He felt, for a moment, the second coin open next to the first, in the same place behind his sternum, a second warmth that was not warmth, exactly, but presence, a quiet, listening presence, like the whole world had just leaned a little closer to him. Thank you, he said. Happy birthday, child. And then the voice was gone, and Harry Potter, aged 5¼ hours, got up from his circle on the floor and padded back into the cupboard and put the ribbon and the marble and the shoelace back behind the wallpaper flap, and lay down with his eyes open and started, very patiently, to build a house inside his own head. It was a small house at first. It had 4 walls and 1 door and a tin roof. He built it out of the shape of his cupboard, because his cupboard was the safest place he knew, and then he added a garden, because he wanted one, and in the garden he put a dragon. He did not put a face on the dragon. He called it Henry III. He walked himself around his imaginary garden with his imaginary dragon until Aunt Petunia banged on the cupboard door at 6:30 and demanded that he come out and make the tea. He made the tea. But in the small house inside his head, the dragon sat down in the garden and waited for him to come home. It was a very hard year. For the first 2 months, Harry heard everything. He could not help it. He sat in Mrs. Carroway's classroom and heard Teddy Castor thinking about sandwiches and heard the dinner lady thinking about her husband's varicose veins and heard Mrs. Carroway thinking, in tired low loops, about whether she should have married him or not married him, and what the right thing to do about Harry Potter was, and how tired she was, how tired, how tired. He heard Abigail, sometimes, and he found that hearing Abigail did not hurt, because Abigail's head was full of horses and leaves and the names of her brother's rabbits. At night, he heard the Dursleys dreaming. Aunt Petunia dreamed of her sister, always. Uncle Vernon dreamed of a very large leather armchair and sometimes, humiliatingly, of being the managing director of a bank. Dudley dreamed the way a frog dreams, in bright flashes of food and not food. Harry cried into his mattress 3 times in August, 4 times in September, once in October. He built the house in his head larger. He added more rooms. He put a roof on the garden. He put a wall around the dragon. He found, with great effort, a small way to hold one finger against his temple when the noise got too loud and to imagine the house closing its door, and the noise did, mostly, go away. By Christmas, he could sit in the Dursleys' kitchen and hear nothing but what Aunt Petunia said out loud, which was, for a person who thought so many sharp and bitter things, surprisingly often a recipe. By Easter, he could hear Piers Polkiss approaching from 3 streets away and know, from the texture of Piers' thought, whether Piers was going to try to corner him or whether Piers was going to pretend, this time, that he had not seen him. He could hear Aunt Petunia coming down the hall before her footsteps began. He could hear, if he really tried, the magpie on the television aerial thinking about an acorn. He did not tell anyone. He could not tell anyone. But in the small house inside his head, he added a library, and he started, patiently, to fill it with what he heard. At the end of that school year, Mrs. Carroway stopped Harry on his way out of the classroom on the last day of term. She crouched to his height, she was a plump, gentle woman, and crouching was not easy for her, and she looked at him very carefully. Harry. Yes, Mississippi. If anyone ever hurts you, you tell me. Do you understand? Harry looked at her. In the small house inside his head, which was now quite a large house, he shut a door very politely and did not look at what was in Mrs. Carroway's head. But he heard, in her voice, the thing she meant, and not the thing she said, and he saw her tiredness around her eyes, and he saw the worry, and he saw, faintly, the bruise on his own jaw 2 weeks ago, when Dudley had swung a cricket bat at him and he had not quite dodged fast enough. "Yes, miss," he said. She nodded. She did not press him. She straightened up, her knees cracking, and she put her hand, for a small second, on top of his hair. "Have a good summer, Harry." "You too, Mississippi." He walked out of the classroom with her hand's warmth still on the top of his head, and he did not cry until he was back in the cupboard that night, and even then, very quietly. The voice had been right. Build the house first. Not only because of what was inside his own head, but because of what other people did when they were looked at too kindly. Mrs. Carroway was a good woman. Mrs. Carroway would have suffered, if he had told her. Aunt Petunia would have made sure of it. Harry did not tell Mrs. Carroway. He tucked her kindness away instead, in the library inside his head, and put it on the highest shelf, where nothing could reach it. At the beginning of the summer that contained his 6th birthday, Arabella Figg came back from her hip replacement, and Harry began to spend Saturdays at her house. Mrs. Figg smelled of cabbage and mothballs. Her cat smelled of cats. Her house was full of photographs of cats that were, she explained, mostly dead, and photographs of cats that were, she said, still alive. Harry, who had begun to see the difference between things that were alive and things that were dead with a new and slightly unsettling clarity since the year began, did not ask her how she could tell. Mrs. Figg fed him stale sponge cake and gave him a mug of tea the color of brass, and she watched him with squinting, sharp little eyes, and she said, "Often, you remind me of your mother, dear, and sometimes, more rarely, you remind me of your father, and once, memorably, you remind me of someone I haven't thought of in 20 years. Now, eat your cake." Harry ate his cake. He did not look inside Mrs. Figg's head. He had, by then, learned the difference between people whose heads were safe to walk through and people whose heads were not, and Mrs. Figg's was, he decided, in the second category, not because she was dangerous, but because she was, somehow, watched. There was a thread in the texture of her thinking that was not hers, something faint and clean and blue, like a line drawn on a map. Harry did not know what it was. He did not touch it. He drank his tea and looked politely at photographs of cats. On the 31st of July of that year, 2 hours before midnight, Harry sat in the garden shed at number 4, with the door closed and a small blue-gold flame floating at the height of his shoulder, and waited for the voice. "You are early. I didn't want to miss it." "You never do." "Good. The third door, tonight. This one is harder." Harry braced. "All right. It is called soul." He felt the change before he understood it. It was not a heat, not this time, not a scrape, it was something like a bell being struck in a room he had not known was there, and then the bell's ringing traveled out of him into the shed, out of the shed into the garden, out of the garden into the street, out of the street into the city, and, at the horizon of what he could feel, into everything. And everything answered. He saw, with eyes that were not his eyes, the faint blue-green glow of Aunt Petunia's soul in the house above him, huddled and defensive and full of old unspilled grief. He saw Uncle Vernon's, a small, angry, bright orange thing, so furious and so frightened that it was almost funny. He saw Dudley's, smaller even than his father's, greasy around the edges but honest in the center in a way that surprised him. There was a boy in there, under the fat and the noise, a boy who had been loved too much by the wrong people in the wrong ways. Harry stored this, quietly, in the library inside his head. He saw, 3 streets away, Abigail's soul, pale green, very steady, the same shape as her face. He smiled. He saw, farther still, the shape of a large woman he did not know but whose soul burned like a harbor lantern, and farther still the grim low-burning watch-light of Mrs. Figg. He saw, in a long dark place he did not understand, a cold and hungry thing that had almost no soul at all, a tattered wraith, a hole. He looked at himself. And he saw, for the first time, the thing that the voice had been trying to tell him about for 2 years. There was a scar on his forehead. He knew that. He had seen it in the mirror. He had, on occasion, traced it with his finger. He had never known, or rather never been told, that the scar was not a scar at all, or rather that it was a scar, but that there was also, pinned into the scar like a sliver of black glass, a splinter of someone else. Harry's breath caught. "Steady, child." The voice was gentle. "That is not you. Do you understand me? It was put in you without your consent, by a very bad man who is still very much alive and who, one day, you will remove from the world. You are not it. It is not you. We will take it out, when the time is right. Not yet. Breathe." Harry breathed. He looked at himself again. He saw, behind the little splinter of black, his own soul, and it was, he did not know the word for it, but he looked at it and knew that it was his, vast, strange, stranger than he had been told souls were, layered like the rings of a tree, with 7 concentric bands of light around a steady white center. 6 of the bands were warm. 1, the outermost, the 7th, was dark, a thin lightless ring, closed. 7. "Yes," the voice said. "That is you. 7 cores. 7 doors. Free open, now." Harry exhaled. "The splinter," he whispered. "A splinter of the man who killed your parents. We will speak of him properly when you are older. For tonight, know only this, he cannot possess you. The seals, cruel as they have been, were not entirely foolish. One of the things they did was armor you against him. The old man who sealed you feared him, too. You will learn to love the old man less than you expected to, Harry. You will learn to hate him less than he deserves. Both of these are growing up." Harry sat on the floor of the shed with a flame floating at his shoulder and tears running quietly down his face. "I don't want to hate anyone," he said. "I know." "Good. Keep wanting that." The 3rd coin settled into place under his sternum, next to the 1st and 2nd. He felt it come to rest with a soft click, and the ringing in his ears faded, and the world went small again, the way his own skin. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter." "Thank you. For more doors. For more." Then the voice was gone, and Harry sat in the shed and practiced looking at his own soul with his hand on his sternum until dawn came and the bird started. He did not tell Abigail about the splinter. He did, later that month, on a hot afternoon in the park, tell her about the bands. "You have 7?" Abigail asked, chewing, skeptically, on the end of her braid. They were eating ice lollies from the van that came on Wednesdays, when Harry's chore money, £1 if Aunt Petunia was in a good mood, 50p if she wasn't, just about covered him. "I think so." "That's a lot." "I know. Everyone else has one." "I think so." "That seems unfair." "To me or to them?" "To them." Harry considered. "I haven't worked out what they all do yet. Let me know when you do." "I will." She finished her lolly. She stared at the stick. She threw it, in a short, careful arc, into the bin from all the way across the playground, which, as a piece of aim, was remarkable for a 5-year-old. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Good shot." "I practice," said Abigail. "Why?" "Because one day I'll need to." They sat in silence for a little while. The sun came through the leaves of the plane trees and made dappled patterns on Harry's knees. He thought, very privately, that whatever he grew up to be, he wanted Abigail somewhere near the door of the house inside his head. Age 7 came with a rattle and a crash. 6 months before his 7th birthday, Uncle Vernon was nearly sacked. Harry heard it in his head before he heard it in the hall, the hot orange of Vernon's panic, the cold blue wire of Petunia's fear. Grunnings was restructuring. A new manager had come in. 3 of Vernon's colleagues had been let go the week before. Vernon, who had spent 20 years impressing the old director by shouting at the secretaries, discovered that the new director did not like people who shouted at the secretaries. For 6 months, Vernon came home silent and murderous every evening and drank in front of the television. Petunia, strung tight as piano wire, took her temper out on the house, which meant Harry. The bruises came more often. Dudley, smelling blood, joined in. By Harry's 7th birthday, Harry was thin even for him, and quiet even for him, and his eyes in the bathroom mirror had gone very dark. He sat in the shed and waited for the voice. He had not let himself hope for anything for 6 months. But he had built the house inside his head until it had 12 rooms, and he had learned to walk into the library when Petunia started shouting, and he had learned to be very still when Vernon's big hand came down. Harry. The voice was gentler than he had ever heard it. Yes. I am sorry. Harry pressed his mouth against his knees and said nothing. You will not be in this house forever. I promise you. I know, Harry said, very small. He had been saying this to himself every night for 6 months. I know, I know, I know. The 4th door tonight. This one will help. It is called space. Harry lifted his head. Space. The place between places. The seam the world is sewn from. You will find, tonight, that when you need to not be somewhere, you will not be. Harry's heart gave a small, hard knock against his ribs. Does that mean I can, not yet? Not for a long distance. But for a little. From the cupboard to the shed, tonight. From the kitchen to the garden, in a year. From England to the other side of the world, when you are a man. Harry breathed. He breathed. He breathed. Close your eyes, child. Harry closed his eyes. The 4th coin opened under his sternum, and the world went, for an instant, very thin, like the skin on milk, and Harry thought, with more force than he had ever thought anything, away. When he opened his eyes, he was in the garden. The shed door behind him was still closed. The grass was cold under his bare feet. A magpie, 3 branches up in the apple tree, was looking at him with its head at an angle of mild professional interest. Harry laughed out loud. It was the first time he had laughed out loud at anything for 6 months. Softly, the voice said, in his ear and behind his ribs. Sorry. He covered his mouth. Practice. Short distances. Corner to corner. Never, ever, let anyone see you do it. Not yet. It will save your life one day. Happy birthday, Harry Potter. Thank you, Harry whispered, still smiling. 3 to go. 3 to go. The voice did not laugh, this time. But Harry, who had been listening carefully for 3 years, heard what was in its silence, and in the shape of that silence he understood, for the first time, that whoever the voice was, it loved him. This was a new and difficult thing to understand. He went back to the cupboard, on foot, this time, because he could not yet reach that far, and he lay down on his mattress and he thought about it for a long time before he slept. Uncle Vernon was not sacked. A fortnight after Harry turned 7, a man named Barry who had been running the complaints desk was sacked instead, for reasons that were never made very clear to Harry but that Harry, if he had chosen to look, could have found quite easily in Uncle Vernon's head. He did not choose to look. He was getting better at choosing. With Barry gone, Vernon came home less dangerous. Petunia unwound by increments. The bruises stopped, more or less. The beatings tapered. Dudley, who had turned 8 and was now focused on eating his own weight in chips every Friday, found new entertainments. Harry, in the cupboard, practiced the seam of the world. He taught himself to cross the kitchen without touching the floor. He taught himself to leave the cupboard when the door was locked and come back before anyone noticed. He taught himself, on summer nights, to stand in his own garden and look up at the stars and feel, in the palm of his hand, the thread that connected his small body to the far cold patient lights. One night, when he was 7.5, he stepped across the road and into the park and sat on the swing where Abigail had sat beside him and named Henry the Pinecone. He swung, in the dark, for 10 minutes. He thought about his mother, whom he could not remember and had been told very little about. He thought about his father, whom he could not remember and had been told even less about. He thought about the splinter under the scar on his forehead, and he touched the scar, and he felt, as he sometimes felt, the faint cold shape of the bad man who had put it there. Then he thought, I will meet you one day, and I will make you very sorry. The splinter, under his finger, did not answer. But, a long way off in a forest in Albania, a wraith that was barely a wraith at all twitched for the second time in 3 years, and raised its hollow head, and tried to remember something, and failed, and sank back into its hungry sleep. Age 8 was, by contrast, a good year. A quiet year. The kind of year Harry had, for most of his life, not known existed. Vernon was promoted. Petunia redecorated. Dudley started a new school and fell in briefly with a crowd of boys who were, to Harry's astonishment, worse than Dudley, which meant Dudley came home with the early, confused beginnings of realizing that he was not, in fact, the worst boy he would ever meet. He did not become a good boy. He became, fleetingly, a thoughtful one. It did not last. But Harry, who had been watching the inside of his cousin's head for 3 years now, noted the change and filed it, carefully, in the library. At school, Harry was 6 inches shorter than most of the boys his age but twice as quick on his feet, and with the strange luck of children whose luck is really the result of discipline they do not know they have, he had become the boy no one noticed and everyone let be. Piers Polkiss had moved away over the summer, which helped. Abigail, who was now 7 and who had demanded, over breakfast at her mother's house one Saturday, that Harry be permitted to walk her to her violin lessons on Thursdays, had inserted herself into the middle of Harry's life with a firm, quiet authority that surprised her mother more than it surprised Harry. The evening before his 8th birthday, Harry sat on the porch at Mrs. Figg's with half a ginger snap in his hand and looked at Mrs. Figg's oldest cat, a tabby named Mr. Tibbles with one torn ear, and thought, deliberately, hello. Mr. Tibbles turned his head, looked at Harry, and thought back, you took long enough. Harry dropped his ginger snap. Dear, Mrs. Figg said, from the kitchen, are you quite all right? Quite, thank you, Mrs. Figg, Harry said, faintly. He picked up his ginger snap. He looked at Mr. Tibbles. Mr. Tibbles looked at him, yellow-eyed, as offended and sovereign as any cat has ever been. I didn't know I could, Harry thought, in apology. You've been practicing on the magpie, Mr. Tibbles thought, scornfully. Any idiot could have tried the cat. Then Mr. Tibbles yawned, and stretched, and walked off into the garden with his tail in the air, and Harry sat on the porch with a half-eaten ginger snap and thought, very slowly, very carefully, about what had just happened. Mrs. Figg, he said, at length. Yes, dear. Do you ever talk to your cats? Oh, constantly. Do they ever answer? A tiny, tiny pause. Then a laugh, brisk and dismissive. Oh, only in a manner of speaking, dear. Have another biscuit. She came into the doorway with a plate. Her watery eyes were sharp. Harry, with great care, did not look inside her head. Thank you, Mrs. Figg, he said, and he ate his biscuit, and he did not tell her, of course, that he had heard her not answer in 2 different ways at the same time, one of them a yes. At midnight that night, in the garden shed, the voice said, the 5th door. Beast speech. Do you feel it, already? I think so. You always were early. It is the gift of the last Peveril. You will hear them all, now, snakes and owls and cats and horses and whales, if you meet them. You will speak, too. Soft is best, where it can be soft. Snakes are the oldest friends of our line and will come when you call. Owls already come. Magpies, you know. The magpie on the aerial. An old servant. Not mine. An old one. Harry thought of the magpie. He thought of the way it had watched him since he was 4. Tell me one day, he said. I will tell you all of it, the voice said, on the day you stand in a room with me, face to face, as equals. That day is coming. Harry closed his hand over the place above his sternum where 5 coins, now, pulsed side by side, and felt the 5th settle in next to the 4th. He could feel them all, separate, layered, distinct. Happy birthday, Harry Potter. Thank you. 2 to go. 2. Age 9 came faster than Harry expected. The months started to fold together the way months do when a child's life has stopped being a series of emergencies. He grew. Not much, but enough. He hit a growth spurt at the tail end of being 8 that took him from 6 inches shorter than everyone else in his class to only 4 inches shorter. His eyes had always been too big for his face was catching up, slowly. His hair remained a disaster. His glasses remained taped. His clothes remained too big. He had, now, 5 open doors. He could call and shape fire. He could hear and, with care, speak to minds. He could see souls, and the lights they cast, and the splinter in his own. He could move small distances through the seam of the world. He could talk to animals, and he spent some of his finest afternoons doing this, in the park, arguing gravely with Mrs. Fig's cats, in the elm above the Dursley's roof, listening to the magpie complain about the pigeons, in a pond in Magnolia Crescent, greeting a very old frog who called him, with great dignity, Small Warm Hands. He had friends. One, really. Abigail. But one was more than none. He had a small library of books he had stolen from Mrs. Fig's shelves one at a time, books about gardens, about cathedrals, about British birds, about a man named Newton who had thought very hard about apples, and carried back one by one when he remembered. He had a house inside his head with 14 rooms and a dragon in the garden. And he had a promise, made to himself under the stars of Privet Drive, that when he knew the old man's name he would look him in the eye and tell him, in as few words as possible, what he thought of having been sealed. On the eve of his 9th birthday, Harry sat in the shed for the 5th time and waited for the voice. The 6th door, child. This one is subtle. You will not feel it like the others. It will live in your hands. My hands. Hands. You will not need a stick. You will not need a word. You will be told, one day, to buy a wand, and you will do so, because the world is more comfortable when its powerful people pretend to be ordinary. But your magic is not in the wand. It is in you. This door, tonight, opens the part of you that can reach out without tools and change the world. Harry held up his hands. They were small. They were ink-stained. The palm of his left had a faint scar, no bigger than a comma, where the first coin of warmth had pressed. Then shape the air around you now, child. Push. Lightly. Harry pushed. The air went thick at his wrists. It responded, rubbery and soft, to the shape of his palm. He pressed, tentatively, and the air compressed, he pulled, and the air thinned. He spread his fingers. The air around his fingers rose in a gentle whirl, like smoke but clearer, and followed. Now warm it. Harry thought warm, and the air warmed. Now make it still. He did. Now, the voice said, very softly, build a ward. A small one. A wall, around this shed. It does not have to keep anything out. It only has to say, mine. Harry thought about the shed. About the 4 walls of it. He drew, in his head, a line that went around the shed and met itself at the corner where he had come in. He thought, mine. Something changed in the air. Something closed. Oh, Harry said, out loud, astonished. Around the shed, invisible to eyes but perfectly present to Harry's new 6th door sense, a quiet small thin ward hummed and held. It was his. No one who did not belong to him could come into the shed without his permission. The voice was laughing, quietly. Happy birthday, Harry Potter. You will be a very dangerous man. I don't want to be dangerous, Harry said. Wanting and being are not always the same thing. You will be dangerous, because the world is going to require it of you, and because it has been trying to make you dangerous since you were a baby. But you will choose what dangerous means. That is the gift I cannot give you. You must take it yourself. I will, Harry said. One more door to come. The last is the hardest. I will see you on the eve of your 11th birthday. Not my 10th. Your 10th will be a quiet year. You will need to grow. Then we will speak again. All right. Good night, child. Good night. The voice went. The 6th coin clicked softly into place next to the other 5. Harry sat in the shed with the ward humming faintly around him and flexed his fingers and felt, for the first time in all his life, like a person who had been waiting for something, and had been permitted, at last, to begin. Far away, in the office that looked out over the lake shaped like a crescent moon, Albus Dumbledore stood over his spindly table with his fingertips on the rim of the orrery and watched, with a face like weathered stone, as the 6th hairline crack appeared in the bronze bead. He had, by now, given up hoping it would stop. Fawkes, he said, very calmly, we are going to have a difficult decade, old friend. Fawkes, who knew a thing or two about difficult decades, turned his head upside down and blinked at him, once, slowly, and said nothing. In the dark of a low hovel in Albania, a wraith that had been Tom stirred, and this time it did not sink back. It raised its terrible empty head. It smelled, on a wind it could not feel with skin it did not have, the faint, unmistakable scent of prey, and it began, slowly, to plan. And in a garden shed in Little Whinging, a 9-year-old boy sat in a hum of his own warding and looked at the back of his hands and decided, without knowing it, what dangerous was going to mean. The next year, the 10th year, was, as the voice had promised, quiet. Harry grew. He added 3 inches in the spring. He lost a tooth in the summer, a front one, and waited patiently for the adult one to come in, which it did, slightly crooked. He caught a cold in October that he was too proud to admit to and that he treated by stealing half a mug of Petunia's honey from the back of the cupboard and warming it, very subtly, with a fingertip over the rim. He practiced, in the small hours of the nights, everything he had been given, in careful sequence. Fire became not a flame but a breathing shape in the air, which he could make the size of a marble or the size of a dinner plate, and which he could sharpen into a blue thread at need or fan into a whole haze of warmth on winter nights in the cupboard. He learned, by accident, one February, that he could freeze water as easily as he could warm it. The voice had called the first core elemental, and he had assumed, for a long time, that elemental meant fire, but the voice had been correct and elemental was wider than that. He iced the milk in the morning when Petunia's back was turned, once, to see if he could, he did. He chased himself, quietly, with a small curling wind in the garden and sent leaves skidding up the path. He called rain down on his own head, experimentally, in the middle of a sunny afternoon, and it was not a big rain, but it was his rain, and he laughed. Mind magic deepened. He built, inside his own head, more rooms. He built a room for his mother that he filled with pictures from his imagination, because he did not have any pictures from anywhere else. He built a room for Abigail, who came, now, only rarely, because her mother had moved her to a better school on the other side of Little Whinging, but whose head Harry could still touch when he missed her if he thought hard enough. He built a room for the voice. He did not know who the voice was, not yet, but he had come to love the voice as one loves a grandfather one has never seen. He practiced, with ferocious discipline, a clemency, though he did not know, yet, that it had a name. He put his secrets in the deepest cellar he could build. He put the fact of his 7 cores there, and the fact of the splinter under his scar, and the fact that he had learned, at 9, to apparate across a kitchen. He locked the cellar with a key shaped like a dragon's eye. He practiced answering Aunt Petunia's questions, all day every day, with a surface mind that was dull and flat and obedient, so that if anyone ever looked at him, and he had begun to suspect that someone, somewhere, might, they would see only a dull, flat, obedient boy and leave him alone. Soul magic settled into him as the sense it had always been meant to be. It was not flashy. It was not the kind of thing that helped him in a fight, or not yet. It was, simply, a way of knowing. He walked down Privet Drive and knew which houses had been happy that week and which had been cruel. He saw the grief of Mrs. No. 7 after her husband died in October, and he stopped, on his walk home from school, and climbed her front wall and left a bunch of primroses on her doorstep, with no note, because the primroses were what she needed, and because he had learned that if you did not leave a note, no one could prove it was you. Mrs. Number 7 assumed it was Mrs. Fig. Mrs. Fig, when told, very carefully did not correct her. Harry ate his toast that morning with a small quiet glow under his sternum. Space magic, the seam of the world, became, gradually, longer in his reach. By the time he was 10 and a half, he could cross a whole back garden, and by 11, he could move from his cupboard to the attic above Dudley's room, where he had begun to store the books he had stolen from Mrs. Fig, and the ribbon and the marble and the shoelace, and a shoebox of oddments that were, taken together, his whole small life. The attic was his sanctuary. No one else ever went up there. He had warded it, very lightly, with a wisp of the 6th door, so that Petunia's attention passed over the attic trapdoor without catching, the way one's eye might pass over a faded spot of wallpaper. Beast speech was the easiest gift. He did not have to practice it, he only had to use it. Mr. Tibbles, over the course of the year, became a steady dry companion whose opinions on every subject from the quality of the weather to the moral character of Dudley were unfailingly worth hearing. The magpie, when Harry finally addressed it properly in the dialect it preferred, introduced itself in a single dry word, Thorn, and informed Harry that it had been keeping eye on him since the cupboard and that while it could not, for reasons of protocol, tell him who had set it to watching, it could tell him that he was, in its opinion, coming along satisfactorily, which from a magpie was the highest praise available. Thorn, Harry said, delighted. Thorn, Thorn confirmed. Do not repeat it where foxes can hear. Why not? Foxes gossip, Thorn said, and turned its head the other way. Wandless magic, the 6th door, grew in Harry the way a hand grows. He did not think about it, he used it. He shifted, now, a fork across the table with a flick of his finger, if Petunia was not watching. He smoothed a wrinkle out of his shirt before school. He ran his hand along a cold pane of glass and warmed it before he leaned his forehead against it. He drew, very quietly, a better ward around his cupboard, not to keep anyone out, he still had to come out for chores, but to keep the worst of the nastiness in the house from bleeding into his dreams, which it had sometimes done, through the plaster. Once the ward was up, he slept differently. He slept like a boy who had a door he could close. 2 weeks before his 11th birthday, Abigail came back to Little Whinging for the first time in 8 months. Her mother had remarried, and the new husband was, Abigail informed Harry gravely over ice cream in the park, a perfectly nice man whose only failing was that he lived on the other side of Little Whinging and had therefore required her to change schools. She was now attending a school where the girls were all, she said, very tidy. Are you tidy? Harry asked. I am tidy when it suits me. And when it does not? I am something else. Harry considered her. She had grown, too. She was, now, almost his height, which was not a compliment to her height but to Harry's lingering smallness. She had her yellow hair in 2 plaits, and her blue eyes were as steady as ever, and the thumbnail on her left hand was stained with violet ink, which suggested that the girls at her new school were, in at least one respect, not so tidy as they were reputed to be. I've missed you, he said. I know. She licked her ice cream. I missed you too. Are your cores all open yet? 6. Only 1 to go. 1 to go. 11th birthday. She nodded. I thought so, she said. You look different this year. Different how? Like you're listening to more things than one person should be allowed to listen to. You always did. Now you're better at hiding it. Harry looked at her. Abigail. You know this isn't normal. Yes. You know you're not supposed to know about this. No, she said, calmly, I'm not. How do you? I don't know how. I only know that when you told me dragons were real, I believed you, and when you told me you had 7 doors, I believed you, and when I'm with you I feel like I'm standing next to a bonfire, in a nice way, not a burning way. I don't tell anyone. I'm not stupid. Never said you were. Good, she said, primly. Have you got a wand? No. Not yet. My 11th birthday, the voice said. I expect something will happen around then. Let me know. I will. She finished her ice cream. She looked at him sideways, the way she sometimes did. Harry. Yes. When you go, come back and visit. Harry's chest tightened. I will. Promise. I promise. She nodded. Then she stood up, dusted crumbs off her skirt, and walked away with her yellow plate swinging, and Harry watched her go until the plates had vanished around the corner, and then he sat on the bench for another 20 minutes and did nothing at all, which was the closest thing to rest he had permitted himself in a long time. Somewhere far away, in the office above the Crescent Lake, an old man with a long white beard sat over his orrery and watched 6 hairline cracks on a bead the size of a pea and tried, for the 1000th time in 7 years, to decide what to do about them. He had not managed to decide. He was, for the first time in a very long life, not sure what to do at all. He wrote, that morning, a letter to Minerva McGonagall, asking her to prepare, quietly, for the possibility that Harry Potter's 11th year at Hogwarts would not be a quiet one. He sealed it. He did not send it. He set it on the edge of his desk and looked at it for the rest of the afternoon. Then, slowly, he opened the drawer where he kept the orrery, took out a small red notebook he had not written in for 10 years, and began, in his neat and deliberate hand, to record everything he had seen. The first entry began, "The seal on the boy has failed. It was not a failure of mine, but it has failed." The second entry began, "I do not know how much longer I have to adjust." The third entry began, "I will need to be very careful." He closed the notebook. He returned it to the drawer. He buttoned his robe at the collar, smoothed his beard, and went down to the great hall for lunch, where he ate a plate of stewed vegetables with the same mild and kindly expression he had worn every lunchtime for 30 years, and no one who saw him noticed anything at all. But at the high table, a woman in tartan glanced at him twice and then away, twice, and her fork paused, twice, halfway to her mouth. And in a cupboard in a house in Little Whinging, a boy who had 6 open cores and 1 closed one sat on the edge of his mattress and flexed his hands and, very privately, waited to turn 11. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Birthday Letters. The first letter arrived 3 weeks early. Harry was in the garden shed, his usual retreat on a rainy Saturday morning, rebuilding the ward around the small wooden floor for the 3rd time that summer. He was getting more careful about the wards. Reaching 11 had begun to feel, he thought, like standing at the edge of something, the sort of edge on which one did not want one's door left ajar. The letter did not come through the post. It came through the roof. There was a quiet tearing sound overhead, as though something had been stitched through the rafters and was unpicking itself. A neat square of white parchment descended through 2.5 inches of dry rafter wood as though wood were water, turned in the air above Harry's head, and settled on his knee. Harry looked at it. It bore no address. It bore no seal. It was thick heavy paper of the sort he had never before touched. In the center, in thin black ink in a hand he had never seen, 3 words had been written, "For the air." Harry held his breath. He looked up at the rafters. They had settled back into place, dry, unbroken. Outside, rain ticked gently on the shed roof. He set his finger on the parchment and felt, under the pad of his thumb, the tiny living hum of something very old. He opened the letter. Inside was a single sheet, written in the same thin hand, "Dear Harry, you will receive, in approximately 3 weeks, a letter from a school. You will take that letter at its face value and do what it asks. On the day you go to London, a magpie will meet you at Charing Cross Station. Follow it. It will take you to a place my letter cannot, and introduce you to persons whose faces I cannot yet let you see. In the meantime, tonight, on the eve of your 11th birthday, I am coming to you properly, for the first time. Not in voice, but in body. Be in your attic at midnight. Bring the ribbon, the marble, and the shoelace. Bring, also, courage. Your ancestor, I." Harry read the letter 4 times. He had known, for a long time, that the voice was not a stranger. He had known, since his 7th year, when the voice had said the gift of the last Peveril, that the voice was of his blood. He had known, dimly, that he was waiting for a face to go with it. But in body, tonight. He folded the letter. He tucked it, carefully, into the inside flap of the wallpaper at the foot of the stairs. He got through the day. He burned the toast. He made the tea. He mowed the lawn. He endured Dudley's scorn, Vernon's grunts, Petunia's thin-mouthed silences, with an exterior so smooth and mild that if a legilimens had looked at him that afternoon they would have seen only a boy absent-mindedly counting the squares in the kitchen linoleum. He had been practicing. Interiorly, behind the locked door of the cellar inside his head, he was turning cartwheels. At 11 o'clock that night, after the Dursleys had gone to bed and the house had gone quiet, he let himself out of the cupboard by the old route, through the seam of the world, and reappeared in the attic. He laid the ribbon in a circle. He put the marble at the center. He laid the shoelace in a line through both. He waited, cross-legged, with his palms on his knees, as the second hand of the broken clock on the wall climbed, tick by tick, toward 12. At the last stroke of midnight, the air in front of him thickened, and a man stepped into the attic out of nothing at all. He was tall. He was not young, but he was not old either. He had the long-faced, grave beauty of a man who had been 35 for a very long time. He wore gray. His hair was black, shot through with a single white streak at the left temple, tied back neatly. His eyes were the deep quiet gray of good pewter. In his left hand he held a staff, not a wand, not a walking stick, but a proper staff of pale wood, taller than he was, carved with a single spiraling line from top to bottom. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Neither of them moved. Then the man smiled, and the smile was the smile of the voice, unmistakable, the same dry kindness, the same grief, the same patient humor, finally given a face. "Harry," he said. Harry's throat closed. He managed. "Ignotus," the man said, gently. "That is the name. Ignotus Peveril, once of Godric's Hollow, long of the Hallows, lately of a place you will come to understand. Your great time's great-grandfather. In one or two important senses, also, if I may be so bold, your friend." Harry got up. He was shaking. He did not want to be shaking. He had rehearsed, in the private room inside his head he had built for this meeting, 3 greetings, each more dignified than the last, and all of them had now gone out of his head together. "Thank you," he said, to his own surprise. "For everything. For coming. For all of it." Ignotus Peveril crossed the attic in 3 strides, set his staff aside against a rafter, and knelt. He was taller kneeling than Harry was standing. He put his hands on Harry's shoulders, very lightly. "It is I, child, who must thank you. You were 4 when I first came to you. You were the size of a bird. You had been beaten, you had been starved, and you had buried a spider with more grace than most kings can manage at their own funerals. I asked you to trust a voice out of the dark, and you did. Thank you." Harry could not speak. Ignotus nodded, as if Harry had spoken. "Sit." Harry sat. Ignotus sat, too, cross-legged, on the attic floor, exactly as Harry had. He put his hands on his own knees in the same attitude Harry had used, which was the attitude he had, in fact, taught Harry through dreams, and he smiled again. "Tonight," he said, "you will receive the last door. Death. The oldest of our line's gifts, the one the Peverils, my 2 brothers and I, were known for long before we were forgotten. It is a difficult door, and I will not flatter you, opening it will hurt. But I am here, this time, in body, because the splinter in your scar will try, when the 7th seal cracks, to hide. I will be here to pin it. It will not hide. That is the last gift I have been given the authority to give you." "Who gave you the authority?" Harry said, his voice small. Ignotus laughed. Death, child. Harry stared. Death is, a person. Death is a thing, and also a person, and also an idea, and also your oldest family friend. The three brothers Peveril, many centuries ago, bargained with death on a bridge. My brothers bargained foolishly. I bargained well. Death took them both and left me, as the story goes, invisible, until my hour was come. The cloak, Harry breathed, without thinking. He had never read the tale. He had, somehow, always known it. The cloak, Ignotus agreed, and now his smile was sharper. It is in the headmaster's custody, in fact. Your father gave it to him in trust. We will retrieve it, in due course. But I digress. The point, child, is this: the Peveril line, after me, carried the gift of death's friendship. Most of my descendants got a whisper of it and no more. Your mother, who was a Peveril through a stranger line than she knew, had a touch. It is why her sacrifice worked as it did. You got everything. 7 cores is the maximum a human body can hold, and you have them all, and the 7th is the one Death herself placed in you in the cradle, because she has been waiting for a Peveril to return her cloak and speak to her as equal for 400 years. Harry's hands were very cold. You do not have to understand it tonight. You only have to hold on. Ignotus reached into his grey robes and drew out a book. It was a small book, no larger than Harry's palm. Its cover was smooth black leather with a single silver symbol at the center, a triangle with a circle inscribed in it and a vertical line through both. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. He handed it to Harry. This, he said, is the grimoire of the Peveril line. It has written itself since the 13th century, and it will write itself for you too. It answers to your blood and to no one else's. Everything we have learned, it contains. Everything you have in you, it will help you deepen. Do not lose it. I won't. Hide it carefully. From the old man, particularly. The old man. Yes, Ignotus said, levelly. The old man. You have known, I think, for some time. Harry had. He had not, until now, let himself say it. He sealed me. He did. He did it on purpose. He did. Why? Ignotus drew a long breath. Because he feared what you would be. A child with 7 cores is rare, 3 in 1,000 years. A child with 7 cores and a shard of the Dark Lord in his skull is unheard of. He feared you would become the next Dark Lord, or the tool of one. He reasoned that a bound boy would be a safer boy, and that a safer boy would be easier to aim, when the time came. He reasoned, I think, that he was being prudent. In his mind, he saved you. Harry's voice caught. He kept me in a cupboard. He did not know about the cupboard, Ignotus said, evenly. He knew about Petunia, and he preferred the known cruelty of a blood relative to the unknown gentleness of a magical family. That was his choice. It was a cold choice. I do not forgive it. Harry stared at the grimoire in his small hands. Neither do I, he said, very quietly. Ignotus set his long fingers over Harry's. But you will not kill him, he said, softly. You will not torture him. You will not destroy him. You will be better than he was, because your goodness is the only real weapon you have against what is waiting in the world. Do you understand me? Yes. Promise. Harry closed his eyes. I promise. Ignotus exhaled. Thank you, child. Now. The 7th door. Breathe. He stood. He lifted his staff. He pointed the staff, tip first, at Harry's forehead. Harry felt a cool, clean, terrifying pressure settle against the place where the scar met the line of his brow. It was as though he had dived into a very calm, very cold lake. There was a small scream from under the skin of his forehead, a splinter scream, the voice of the bad man, high and shrill and fast, and then Ignotus said, in a voice Harry had never heard him use, a voice like iron falling down stone stairs, "Be still." The splinter was still. "Tonight," Ignotus said, gently, returning to his attic voice, "I am not opening your seventh door. I am anchoring it, against the day you open it yourself. The old man still has that key. I do not wish to confront him directly, yet. When he comes to see you at Hogwarts, as he will still believe you have 6 doors. He will be half right. The last will open of its own accord at a moment he cannot predict and cannot prevent, and it will, I think, solve a number of problems at once." What moment?" Ignotus smiled, darkly. "I do not know. I am only sure of it. Death has a sense of theater." He lowered the staff. The cold pressure on Harry's forehead lifted. The splinter, under the skin, was once again a dead thing, a slab of cold, harmless until touched. "There," Ignotus said. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "That's all? For tonight? I thought, you said it would hurt." "Harry." Ignotus crouched down again, and his long grave face was suddenly full of something very close to laughter. "Child, I said the opening of the door would hurt. I said nothing about the anchoring. One of the things you will learn from me, I hope, is the difference between doing a thing and preparing to do a thing. Most of the world's sorrow comes from people who confuse the two." Harry laughed, a watery, astonished sound. Ignotus stood. He lifted his staff. He looked around the attic, at the books and the shoebox and the ribbon marble shoelace, and his eyes softened. "You have made a fine beginning. Tomorrow, a school owl will deliver a letter. Take the letter to your aunt and uncle. Let them, for a day or two, refuse you. Enjoy the refusal. When Hagrid arrives on the 3rd day to fetch you, go with him. He is a kind man and an honest one, though he is not a clever one, and you will not confide in him more than is safe. Go with him to Diagon Alley. Buy your books. Get your wand, and here I give you my one instruction, which you may wish to write down, since wands are tricky." "Yes." Ignotus held his staff out, tipped down, toward Harry. "None of Ollivander's wands will match you." Harry blinked. "None. Not one. You are too large. You will break 3 or 4 before he starts to panic. When he has begun to panic, ask him, quietly, if he keeps his father's apprenticeships, the old private lot, behind the velvet curtain at the back. He does. One of them is mine. Ask him for my wand, by number 17. Give him the name Peveril. Watch him turn several interesting colors. Take the wand. Do not argue over price. He will not ask for money. Your wand. A pale wand of elder, with a core of a thread from death's cloak. I left it with Ollivander's grandfather in 1627, against the day when one of my line came looking. I am rather pleased I remembered, in time, to tell you." Harry was laughing again. He could not help it. He had not laughed this much in one night in his whole life. "Ignotus." "Yes, child. Thank you. Sleep, now. You have a letter to receive in the morning." And then, in the space of a blink, he was gone, not dissolving, not fading, simply no longer there, the way a candle is simply no longer lit. Harry sat on the attic floor for a long time with the grimoire in his lap. Then, very carefully, he tucked it into the inside pocket of his cupboard-sized jacket, the one Petunia had bought 2 years ago at a jumble sale, where the weight of it made no difference, because it was, like its owner, small and quiet and held a great deal more than it showed. He went back to the cupboard. He slept, for the first time in years, the way rich children slept, with his mouth slightly open, unworried. In the morning, he came out of the cupboard, and Petunia handed him the post without looking at him, and his name, his own proper name, was written on the top envelope, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging Surrey Petunia, in the act of handing him the letters, saw the address. Her whole body stiffened, from her ankles to her crown of permed hair. She snatched the letter out of his hand, went an interesting color that began with white and arrived at purple, and threw the letter in the fire. Harry, who had already memorized the address, did not mind. He had, Ignotus had told him, 3 days to enjoy the refusal. He enjoyed it. Letters came like a flood, in the post, down the chimney, rolled up in the milk bottles, tucked inside the eggs Vernon had ordered. On the second day, Vernon boarded up the letterbox. The letters came down the chimney. On the third day, Vernon drove them all, shouting, to a sea cottage on a windswept rock. The letters appeared folded into the pages of Dudley's comic. Harry, who had been inwardly delighted throughout, picked up the comic, read the letter, and burst out laughing so loudly that Vernon, in the act of boarding the door with a hammer, turned and stared at him, and Harry, for the first time in his life, did not flinch, did not duck, did not lower his head. He met Vernon's eyes, smiled, and went back to reading the letter. It was a very small revolution. It was, as revolutions go, a very satisfying one. That night, on the rock in the middle of the sea, the door crashed open, and a giant in a moleskin coat stepped through, with a pink umbrella in one hand and a sodden parcel in the other, and Hagrid, half-giant, keeper of keys and grounds, lover of dragons, the best and the worst confidant a powerful boy had ever been offered, gave Harry Potter a squashed birthday cake and the second most important letter of his life. "Yeri a wizard, Harry," Hagrid said, and his great wet beard trembled with pride. Harry had, over the course of that morning's long drive, practiced in the mirror of the car 3 possible expressions for this moment. He chose the simplest of the 3, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, eyebrows going up, and said, very convincingly, "I'm, what?" Hagrid beamed. Behind him, in Petunia's reflection in a broken pane of glass, Harry caught a glimpse of his own face from the side and was quietly gratified. Ignotus, he thought, would have been pleased. London was, for a country boy, overwhelming. It was also, for a boy who had spent 7 years building wards against Petunia's shouting, merely loud. Harry walked down the Charing Cross Road at Hagrid's side with a cloth bag over one shoulder and a letter and a list in his hand and a small black grimoire in his inside pocket, and he tried very hard not to look like a boy who knew exactly where he was going. A magpie sat on the fascia board of a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. It looked at Harry. Harry looked at it. Thorn, or Thorn's cousin, he could not yet tell, winked one black eye, ruffled its feathers, and flew. Harry followed it into the Leaky Cauldron with every outward appearance of being dragged by Hagrid, which, outwardly, he was. Inside the pub, the landlord, Tom, dropped a glass when he saw Harry. An old woman with a straw hat rose from a corner table. A pale young man with a stutter and a turban came half out of his chair, shook, and sat down again, clutching his head. Harry, who had opened the door of the cellar inside his mind for just 3 seconds, out of curiosity, as he came in, had felt the pale young man's mind and had seen, to his quiet horror, the ragged second soul clinging like rot to the back of it, and had closed his cellar again with the speed of a boy slamming a door on a rat. He filed the man in the turban, whose name Hagrid introduced as Professor Quirrell, in the library inside his head, in the room marked dangerous. Professor Quirrell, across the room, did not know what had happened. He only knew that something inside his skull had itched, horribly, for 3 seconds, and had then gone cold. The passenger he carried had hissed. In the pub, Hagrid slapped Harry on the back and steered him toward the back door, and the whole crowd parted around them with the reverent, greedy expressions of people who wished to say they had touched the boy who lived. Harry smiled his small mild cupboard smile. Hagrid beamed on his behalf. They went through the back door into a courtyard, and Hagrid tapped bricks with his pink umbrella, and the wall blossomed apart, and Harry Potter stepped, for the first time in his conscious life, into Diagon Alley. He did not, outwardly, react. Inwardly, the 6 coins under his sternum sang. Everything hummed. Everything was live. The cobbles under his feet had wards woven into them so old he could feel the ghosts of their first layers like fingerprints on a banister. Every shop front, every window, every lantern hook had magic worked into it. A woman in a dragon-hide coat was arguing with a goblin child over the price of a tankard. A young man was practicing summoning charms on a kite he clearly could not afford. In a shop window, a cauldron was cheerfully polishing itself. Harry breathed in. He breathed out. I am home, he thought. Not the Dursley home. Not the cupboard home. Not even, quite, the attic home. The real one. Ignotus, in the room inside Harry's head that was reserved for him, did not speak, but something warm folded around Harry's shoulders for a moment, and was gone. They did the list in order. Gringotts. The goblin at the counter sneered automatically and then, when Hagrid offered up his key, paused, squinted at Harry, and glanced, fast, over one shoulder at the older goblin in the deeper chair. Harry, who was practicing not looking at minds, did not look at the older goblin's mind. But he did notice, out of the corner of his eye, how the older goblin put down a small quill and sat up a little straighter. The vault car ride was delicious. Hagrid was, by the end, a trembling green color. Harry was laughing. His small fortune in gold, when they reached his vault, was less small than he had expected. He filled his pouch with galleons and a sensible number of sickles, and he tucked a small stack of nuts in a separate pocket, and he memorized, in passing, the combination of words on his own vault, old Potter bloodwork, nothing fancy, easy to expand if he wanted to, and then they were off down the alley, and Harry was bouncing on his toes by the time they reached Madame Malkin's for robes. Hogwarts, dear. Madame Malkin said, over her half-moon glasses, and Harry nodded politely, and she clucked, and stood him on a stool. There was another boy already on a stool, being pinned up into his own robes. He was tall for 11. He was pale. He had white blonde hair combed back in a style that suggested his mother had done it and he had not yet decided whether to change it. He looked at Harry with pale eyes that were almost grey. Hogwarts, he said. Yes, said Harry. Know which house you'll be in yet? Not yet. My father says if I'm not in Slytherin he'll disown me, so that's more or less sorted for me. Good for you, Harry said, pleasantly. The boy glanced at him with a faint flicker of uncertainty. He had been expecting, perhaps, either admiration or offense, and pleasant had not been on his list. I'm Draco, he said, after a moment. Draco Malfoy. Harry. He did not, yet, give his surname. He felt, on the inside of his sternum, the 6 coins hum appreciatively. Wait. Let him say the rest. Draco went on, in the smooth, well-rehearsed tones of a boy who had been taught to fill silences with information, about his father, his broom, his opinions on half-bloods, his opinions on Hagrid, his opinions on the headmaster. Harry listened. He listened with his surface mind, mild and interested. He listened with his soul sight, which showed him a pale small orange glow beneath the boy's calm blondness, frightened and proud and lonely. He listened with his library mind, which filed every word. When Draco paused, Harry said, quietly, I'm Harry Potter, by the way. Draco went still. Harry smiled. It was a small smile. It was the smile he had learned to use with Piers Polkiss, years ago, the smile of a boy who had an advantage and was not, yet, going to press it. I think, Draco said, after a second, that the hand I offered you in my head just now is still offered. If you still want it. I'll think about it, Harry said, lightly. Robes first, friends later. Draco nodded, once, slowly, and the tip of his ear went pink. Harry filed this away, too. Later, in the room inside his head marked useful people, he would put Draco on a shelf and watch him grow. They moved on. Flourish and blots for books, he bought his school set, and, because he suspected Ignotus would have laughed, a copy of Dark Arts in the Age of Grindelwald for light reading, and another of British warding traditions, and a slim, expensive, beautiful volume on parcel magic that he tucked under his arm with as little fuss as possible. The clerk, who had been half watching the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, gave Harry a long, puzzled look and then stamped the receipt without comment. Apothecary, cauldron, scales, telescope. Hagrid, to Harry's enormous pleasure, insisted on buying him an owl for his birthday. She was a beautiful Snowy, and she looked at Harry through the bars of her cage and thought, in the dry, polite tone of owls, I approve. Hedwig, Harry murmured. He did not know where the name had come from. It had always been there. Hedwig bobbed her head. Finally, Ollivanders. The wand shop was narrow and dim and smelled of dust and old varnish. Mr. Ollivander, pale, silver-eyed, too quiet, too still, slid out from behind his counter like a rumor. His eyes went to the scar. He nodded, as if confirming something. Mr. Potter. I have been expecting you. I've been expecting you, too, Harry said, politely. Ollivander raised his eyebrows. Curious, he said. Not curious, perhaps, given your mother. Let us see. Wand arm. Right. A tape measure unrolled itself around Harry's arm. Ollivander went fluttering along the shelves. He came back with a box. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Try, Harry lifted it. The moment his fingers closed, the box on the next shelf burst into blue flame. He put the wand down. The fire went out. Ollivander said. Sorry. Ebony and unicorn, Harry lifted it. A vase at the front of the shop shattered. Maple and phoenix, the lights in the shop went dark for a second and came back on with the curtains fluttering and the door banging. By the 7th wand, Ollivander was pale. By the 11th, he was visibly sweating. By the 15th, he had taken off his little round glasses and was wiping them, obsessively, on a corner of his robe. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice gone small, I have never, in my life, in my father's life, in my grandfather's life, we have, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, very gently. Do you keep your father's old apprentice wands behind the velvet curtain at the back? Ollivander froze. Those are private stock. Those are not, I'd like, please, to try number 17. There was a long, long silence in the dim shop. Number 17, Harry said. If you would. The name, perhaps, is Peveril. Ollivander's eyes went from silver to white. He did not speak for so long that Harry began to worry about him. Then, without a word, Ollivander turned. He walked, as a man walks in a dream, to the back of the shop. He pulled aside a heavy velvet curtain. He reached into the dust behind. He came back with a box that had not, in Harry's life or in Ollivander's, been touched, carrying it in both hands the way one carries a very old and very light crown. He set it on the counter. He opened it. Inside, on crumbling red silk, lay a wand the color of bone. Pale elder. 11 inches, perhaps. The surface was ringed with tiny spiral lines, the mirror image of Ignotus's staff. The air above the box shimmered, very faintly, like heat off tarmac. Harry lifted it. The shop, for an instant, went utterly still, the kind of stillness in which even dust declines to fall. Then every wand on every shelf flared, gently, once, in polite acknowledgment, and the shop settled back into itself as though a prince had passed through. Oh, Harry said, under his breath. The wand was an extension of his wrist. It was as though someone had given him back a bone he had not known was missing. Ollivander had tears on his face. He did not wipe them away. Mr. Peveril, he whispered. Potter, Harry corrected, gently. But, in the old sense, yes. Curious, Ollivander said, shakily. The wand chooses the wizard, and in this case, thank you, Harry said. He set down a pouch of galleons on the counter. Ollivander pushed it, without looking at him, gently back across the counter. No charge, Mr. Potter. No charge. That wand has been looking for you for 400 years. Harry nodded, once. He slipped the wand up his sleeve, where it settled along his forearm as though it had been designed to live there. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I hope the rest of your day is quieter." "Mine will not be." "I imagine not." Harry gave him a small, apologetic smile, and he and Hagrid had, in fact, missed most of the significance of the last 5 minutes, because he had been studying a model broomstick in the window, left the shop. Outside, a magpie flew overhead. Harry lifted his chin and watched it go. In a narrow dark room at the back of the leaky cauldron, a pale young man with a turban sat with his face in his hands and tried, for the 5th time in an hour, to understand what had happened to him in the pub. The passenger in the back of his skull was in pain. The passenger was whispering, furiously. The passenger was saying, over and over, "That was not normal, that was not normal, go back, you fool, go back." Quirinus Quirrell stood, shakily, and did not go back. He walked, instead, down the Charing Cross Road, feeling every step like a man trying to walk upright in a high wind. At the corner of the street, he stopped. A tall boy with a scar on his forehead and a snowy owl in a cage was standing with a very large man outside a bookshop, laughing at something the very large man had said. Quirrell looked. The passenger on the back of his neck looked. The passenger hissed, with more feeling than it had mustered in 10 years, "Interesting." And then, after a long pause, with a tone Quirrell had never heard before, and would, for the rest of his small remaining life, wish he had not heard, "I want him." Quirrell swallowed. He turned. He walked the other way, as quickly as dignity would permit, and did not look back. At the end of the day, in the safety of the bedroom Hagrid had booked for Harry at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry sat on the edge of the four-poster and unpacked his small pile of treasures. Books. Robes. Scales. Telescope. A cauldron. An owl who had spent the last hour grooming herself with an air of long patience. A pale elder wand, which had come to rest of its own accord on the pillow as though waiting to be told where to sleep. And the letter, the original letter, the thick paper one from 3 weeks ago, which he had brought with him, tucked into the inside flap of the grimoire. He took the letter out. He read it one more time. He smiled. "I'm coming," he said, very quietly, to the empty room. Somewhere else, in a place no cupboard boy could have pointed to on a map, but that Ignotus Peverell could have reached in a breath, an old voice laughed, very kindly, once. And in a stone tower above a lake shaped like a crescent moon, a silver-bearded man in a dark blue robe wrote in a red notebook, in a hand that was slightly less steady than usual, "Harry Potter was today fitted with a wand at Ollivander's. The wand is not one I recognize from Garrick's regular stock. I must find out which." He underlined the word which, 3 times. Hagrid, however, was not yet done with him. "Got ter celebrate, Harry. First trip ter Diagon, that wand, and you're not a bit rattled. I know a place." "A place?" "Fortescue's. Ice cream. Best in England." "Come on, then." Harry, who had read enough of the grimoire on the train down to know that Fortescue's had once been owned by a cadet branch of the Peverells, could not refuse. They sat at a little iron table under a striped awning. Florian Fortescue himself, a cheerful bald man with a white apron, came out with 2 enormous ice creams and set them down. Hagrid had a sort of chocolate and raspberry tower that began immediately, tragically, to lean. Harry had a neat pale scoop of something Florian called 11th Year Special, which turned out, on the tongue, to be vanilla with small flecks of gold leaf in it. "On the house, Mr. Potter," Florian said, and winked, slowly. "From an old friend." Harry tasted the ice cream. The gold leaf had a faint, cool buzz on it, like a very polite charm. He looked up into Florian Fortescue's bright blue eyes and said, quietly, "Thank him for me." Florian's round face went briefly still. He had not expected Harry to know there was a him to thank. Then he laughed, low and delighted. "I will, Mr. Potter. I certainly will." He went back into his shop. Hagrid, by this time deeply entangled in his own dessert, noticed nothing. Harry ate slowly. He let the gold leaf melt on his tongue. He felt the wand under his sleeve, and the grimoire at his chest, and the 6 coins humming, and he listened, with the very tip of his mind sense, as delicate as a moth's foot, to the street around him, the laughter of children at quality Quidditch supplies, the weary banter of goblins counting coin at a market stall, the low steady chant of a witch selling charmed bottles across the way. Every voice was polite. Every voice was itself. Not one of them, he thought, was shouting at a nephew through a cupboard door. He filed this in the library, on the shelf marked simply, Better. 2 doors down from Fortescue's, a tall thin man in an expensive black cloak stopped dead in the middle of Diagon Alley. His son was beside him, white-haired and neatly brushed, and they had just been discussing, in low voices, how Draco's afternoon of robe-fitting had gone. Lucius Malfoy looked past his son, along the row of café tables, to the small boy in ill-fitting muggle clothes with the half-eaten ice cream and the black-haired giant beside him. "Ah," he said, quietly. "Father," said Draco. "That, Draco, is Harry Potter." Draco looked. His ear went pink again. Yes, I know. I met him at Madame Malkin's." "Did you, now?" Lucius's tone was smooth, but his eyes, pale and alert, had gone very thoughtful. "And how did the young man strike you?" Draco hesitated. "He was unusual. He did not act the way I had been led to expect." "In what respect?" "He was polite. But not deferential. He did not seem impressed by me." Lucius's mouth curved, very faintly, into a smile. "That is interesting. We shall come and pay our respects." "Father." "Yes, Draco. He knows who you are." Draco's voice was small, but clear. "If you go over now, with what I told him earlier, he will take it as pressure. I think he is the kind of boy who reads pressure as threat, and threat as invitation. Do not." He swallowed. "Please." Lucius turned and looked at his son for the first time in many years as though his son had said something genuinely useful. Draco flushed under the scrutiny but held his ground. "Well," Lucius said at last. "Indeed. Then we shall be patient. We shall meet the young Mr. Potter at a time and place of his choosing, or not at all." He set his long pale hand briefly on Draco's shoulder. Draco stood a little straighter under it. "You did well, boy." At Fortescue's, Harry, who had, without meaning to, caught the last 2 sentences of their exchange in the thin trickle of sound a mind sensitive could hear at 30 paces without listening properly, hid a smile in his ice cream. He, too, filed Draco Malfoy's small act of good sense away, in a room he had been adding to for some time called Allies, maybe. On the train back to Little Whinging that evening, Hagrid slept. Harry, who had paid the fare out of his small pile of galleons, Hagrid had tried to insist, Harry had, gently, refused, sat by the window with Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him and the grimoire open on his lap and read. The grimoire had begun, on the first page, with words in a scrolling hand, "For Harry, with love." Below that, the pages filled themselves as he watched, notes on wards, sketches of hand positions, diagrams of the 7 corps and how they rested against one another inside the body of a peveril. The writing slowed when he wanted to study a page and sped up when he wanted to skim. In the back, Ignotus had left a letter of general advice that read, in the tone of a very dry-humored grandfather, as though he had expected Harry to be reading it on exactly this train on exactly this evening: "Do not be too clever too quickly at Hogwarts. The headmaster is watching. Let him think you are a kind and ordinary and somewhat lucky boy for at least a term. After Halloween, he will be forced to look more closely, by then you will have your feet under you. Make friends. You will need them. Do not allow Severus Snape to provoke you, he is a knot of old grief, and you can do nothing with him by force, but much with patience. Trust Minerva McGonagall further than you expect to but not as far as you would like to. Cultivate Hagrid, he is a lock without a key, and such men, when loved, become the strongest locks in a castle. Consider Neville Longbottom carefully. The boy has been sealed too, in a quieter way, by his own grandmother's fear, and you may find him a brother. Avoid Quirrell. Study Quirrell's turban. You will recognize, by Halloween, what is inside it. Harry, on the train, breathed out slowly. Outside the window, the green English countryside slipped past. Sheep stood in fields. A fox darted behind a hedge. A magpie, maybe Thorn, maybe not, kept level with the train carriage for a mile and then peeled off. Harry turned the page. Finally, Ignotus's handwriting concluded, "Do not be afraid to be kind." The old man was not unkind. He was afraid. Fear is what turned his kindness to stone. I do not believe you will be afraid in the way he was. I believe you will be afraid of the right things and let them make you gentler, not harder. Everything I have ever been proud of in our line has followed from that. Do not disappoint me, child. And remember, I am only ever a door away. Harry closed the grimoire. He sat with his hand on it for a long time. The train rocked him, and Hedwig preened, and Hagrid snored, and the sun, low and gold over the downs, came through the window and fell across his knees, and Harry Potter, for the first time in the 11 years and 1 week since his mother had traded her life for his, felt, fully, entirely, in every corner of himself, loved. When the Dursleys saw him coming up the drive that evening with Hedwig's cage in one hand and a duffel bag in the other and his new trunk being dragged behind him by Hagrid as far as the front gate, Aunt Petunia went very white. Uncle Vernon went very red. Dudley, at the window, went a complicated color like boiled ham. Cheers, airy backslash. Hagrid bellowed, setting the trunk down with a rattle that made all three Dursleys wince. See ya at the station September 1st, platform 9 3/4, tickets in the envelope, mind, and good luck with this lot, eh? Hagrid waved, cheerfully, directly at Vernon's red face, and lumbered off down Privet Drive in the direction of the bus stop, whistling. Harry turned to the Dursleys. He was, outwardly, the same boy. He was wearing the same too-big jumper, the same taped glasses. He was holding the same thin shoulders at the same careful angle. Inwardly, he was a boy with a wand up his sleeve, a grimoire at his chest, a small owl at his side, and 6 humming coins in his ribs. He looked at Aunt Petunia. He looked at her for, perhaps, 3 seconds longer than he had ever looked at her in his life. Then he said, politely, "I'll be in the attic." Uncle Vernon began to swell. Before he had fully opened his mouth, Harry had stepped past him, not through him, not around him, simply past him, like a cat walking past a chair, and was halfway up the stairs. The trunk followed him without anyone touching it, thumping one gentle thump per step, which Harry thought a nice touch. He had not actually told the trunk to come. Hedwig's cage rose neatly off his hand and settled in the air behind him. By the time Vernon had finished inflating, Harry was gone. The attic trapdoor closed itself behind him. Downstairs, in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, the 3 Dursleys stood in silence for a very long time. "Petunia," Vernon said, eventually, in the strangled whisper of a man who had discovered, against his deepest principles, that the world contained things he could not shout at. "Yes, Vernon." "Does the attic have a lock on the inside?" "No, Vernon." "Oh." Vernon sat down, very slowly, on the bottom step of the stairs. "Oh." In the attic, Harry sat cross-legged in the middle of his warding circle. Hedwig had settled, with visible satisfaction, on the rafter above his head. The trunk was standing open in the corner. The grimoire was on his knee. He took out the pale elder wand. He laid it across his palm. He watched it catch the light from the attic window. Then he opened the grimoire to the fly-leaf, where Ignotus's handwriting had welcomed him, and he said, to the empty attic, to the listening magpies outside, to the grandfather he could not yet see but could almost touch with the tip of his mind, very quietly, "Thank you. I'll see you at Hogwarts." And the pale elder wand, of its own accord, gave a small warm pulse against his palm, like a heartbeat. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Sorting of the 7th. On the 1st of September, Harry walked out of the attic with his trunk floating 2 inches above the boards behind him, bid Aunt Petunia a courteous good morning she was too stunned to answer, and let himself out of number 4, Privet Drive 4, as he suspected, the last summer in any meaningful sense. He did not take the bus to the station. Thorn, Mrs. Figg's most senior magpie, met him at the end of Privet Drive with a clatter of wings, landed on the handle of his trunk, and informed him in 3 crisp syllables that a cab was waiting on Magnolia Crescent. The cab was black, and older than it looked. The driver was a woman with silver hair and a ministry badge inside her lapel. She did not ask for a fare. She drove him to King's Cross at speed that the Surrey traffic regulations did not, officially, permit. When she pulled up at the curb outside the main entrance, she handed him a small folded card. Courtesy of a friend, Mr. Potter. No charge. Do keep the card. It is a portkey home, should you need one. Her eyes crinkled. Do not tell the headmaster. Harry took the card, bowed to her with the half-conscious courtesy he had picked up from Ignotus, and carried his trunk, Hedwig's cage, and his newly tucked-in card into King's Cross. He did not ask the friend of a friend who had sent the cab. He could guess. Diagon Alley had, 3 weeks ago, watched him by the Peveril wand. Certain parties were now, quietly, efficiently, reorganizing their loyalties around him. Harry did not find this unsettling. He had expected it. He had also expected to be stared at. He did not mind. He walked through the concourse of King's Cross at a dignified 11-year-old's pace, with the pale elder wand up his sleeve and Hedwig hooting cheerfully inside her cage, and at the gap between platforms 9 and 10 he stopped, set down his trunk, and leaned against the brick wall as though he had been doing it for years. He slid sideways through the barrier. He stepped out on the other side into a cloud of whistling steam and the long red flank of the Hogwarts Express. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded. Parents were kissing children. Children were waving to owls. An older boy was showing off a toad. A family of redheads, a tall mother, a long-nosed father, 4 or 5 boys, a small red-haired girl hanging on her mother's hand, were trying, together, to get a trunk through a carriage door. Harry watched them for a moment with quiet interest. They were all very fond of one another. Even the twin boys, who were shoving each other cheerfully and lying about which of them was Fred, were clearly, beneath the lying, allies in every fight that mattered. Harry filed them, with some care, in the room called Allies, maybe. He boarded the train by the next carriage along, stowed his trunk with a flick of his hand, settled Hedwig on the luggage rack, and sat down next to the window. For about 40 seconds, he was alone. Then the compartment door slid open. "Excuse me," said a round-faced boy with anxious eyes and a grip on a small struggling toad, "but have you seen, Trevor? I've lost him, again. Gran's going to." Harry looked up. He looked down at the toad in the boy's hand. "He's in your right pocket," he said, quietly. The boy blinked. He patted his right pocket. His face did something complicated. He pulled out, yes, a second, identical toad, who croaked in the aggrieved tone of a creature who had been sat on for nearly an hour. "Oh," the boy said. "Oh, Trevor." He sat down, heavily, opposite Harry. He put the 2 toads side by side on his knee. He looked at them as though they had personally betrayed him. He looked, also, as though he were about to cry. "Bad morning?" Harry said, gently. "Gran thinks I'm going to be a squib." The boy said this at a speed that suggested he had been carrying it, like a stone, for a long time. "And the only reason she let me come at all is that Uncle Algy finally got a puff of accidental magic out of me, and even then he stopped." He looked at Harry with wide-stricken eyes as though only now realizing who he was speaking to. Harry looked back. Soul sight, which he had been trying not to use on strangers, was running quietly in the back of his mind whether he liked it or not, and what it showed him of the boy opposite him made his breath catch. The boy had a soul like his own, layered, unusually so, not 7 cores but at least 3, possibly 4, and every one of them was chained and iron-wrapped in a kind of binding Harry had never seen before. It was not the headmaster's work. It was clumsier than that, but no less ferocious. It looked, more than anything, like something a grandmother had done, out of grief. Harry, who had his own opinions about grandmothers who sealed their grandchildren, kept his face very mild. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." "I," said the boy, swallowing hard, "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." "Good to meet you, Neville. Don't mind your gran. She's wrong." Neville stared. She's wrong." Harry smiled, the small Piers-Pocus smile of a boy with an advantage and no intention, yet, of pressing it. "I promise. I'll show you, if you like, before the year is out. In the meantime, may I?" He reached across and, with 2 fingers, very gently touched the back of Neville's hand. It was the lightest touch possible. Neville did not know, of course, that it was anything other than friendliness. But Harry, in that half-second, slipped a thread of his soul sense down along Neville's bones and read, like a librarian running a finger along the spines, the shape of the binding the grandmother had laid. It was a hastily worked, well-meaning, badly designed thing. It could, Harry thought, be unpicked in about 20 minutes with 2 good tools and a quiet room. The grimoire in his inside pocket thrummed appreciatively, as if agreeing. He withdrew his hand. "You're going to be fine, Neville." Fine." Neville looked at him. There was a long, quiet moment. Then, slowly, the color came back into Neville's round face, and he straightened, very slightly, in his seat, and he said, "All right." He held that, quietly, and his hands on Trevor's back steadied. Harry, watching, noted it for the library, under Neville, brother. The door slid open a second time. A tall, red-haired boy with freckles and a slightly smudged nose stood in the doorway. Harry recognized him at once from the platform, the second-to-youngest of the redhead family. He had a battered trunk under one arm and a rat in a cage under the other. "Everywhere else is full," the boy said. "D'you mind?" "Please," Harry said. The boy sat down next to Neville. He put his rat on the seat. The rat, a fat, elderly thing with one missing toe, immediately went to sleep. Soul sight flickered, against Harry's will, and Harry's jaw set. There was a rat on the seat that was not a rat. Harry did not say so. He filed it, silently, in the room called Dangerous, under a newly created sub-shelf labeled Peter. "Ron Weasley," the boy said, offering a hand. "Harry Potter." Ron's mouth fell open. Yes. Have you really got the?" Ron's finger hovered, near his own forehead. Yes. "Brilliant," said Ron, with honest and unpretentious pleasure, and put his hand down again. Harry liked him on sight. He liked him with the small unguarded liking of a cupboard boy who had never been offered easy friendship and recognized it when it arrived. Ron's soul was small, busy, anxious around the edges from being the youngest of 6 boys, and very brave underneath the anxiety. It was not a complicated soul, and Harry, who had spent 7 years reading complicated souls, found it a relief. The 3 boys sat. The train began to move. The countryside began, in a long green scroll, to roll past the window. At some point, the trolley came. Harry, who had a pouch of galleons, bought everything on it and distributed it 3 ways, partly because he genuinely wanted to try every flavor of Bertie Bott's bean at least once, and partly because Ron's ears had gone a little pink at the sight of his own packed sandwiches, and Harry had decided, quietly, that Ron was not going to eat packed sandwiches on his first train ride in Harry's compartment. Ron protested, then accepted, then ate 3 chocolate frogs back to back and became, visibly, a happier boy. Neville, who had relaxed by degrees, at last put the toads into his pocket, the correct pocket, this time, and accepted a pumpkin pasty, and ate it with the grave pleasure of a boy who had spent a long time not being allowed pasties. The door slid open a 3rd time. A bushy-haired girl in fresh robes stood in the doorway, her small chin set. Behind her, just visible in the corridor, was Neville's earlier concern. She had been helping, it appeared, to hunt for Trevor. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's found," Neville said, producing Trevor from his pocket, triumphantly. "Oh," said the girl. She paused in the doorway, as though she had prepared an entire speech about toads and the finding thereof and did not quite know what to do with the abruptly unused material. Her eyes fell on Harry. Her eyes went slightly wider. "Oh," she said again, in a quite different tone. "You're Harry Potter." "Hermione Granger," said Harry, who had not been told her name, but he had read her. In the second her eyes fell on him, the way he read everyone, and her name had come up on the shelf along with half a dozen other useful facts. Hermione's mouth opened. Shut. Opened again. "How did you?" "Books, mostly," Harry said, politely, which was a lie Ignotus would have approved of. It gave her something to grasp and redirected the conversation. Hermione went pink with interest. "You've read about me?" "No. I read quickly and listen carefully." "Come in. Sit down. I'm afraid there are only 4 flavors of bean left. Do you like earwax?" Hermione, taken completely off balance, laughed, a short startled laugh, and sat. She did not like earwax. She liked, it turned out, peppermint. She had also, on the way to the compartment, been so nervous about talking to anyone that she had compensated by memorizing all of Hogwarts, a history, which Harry, who had read it in 2 evenings in the attic a week ago, enjoyed seeing her quote from memory. She was, he noted with inward amusement, sharply clever and painfully lonely and not yet at all sure how to be either. He added her to the list of allies, maybe. By the time the castle came into view across the Black Lake, all 4 of them had changed into their school robes, made a truce about Bertie Bott's, exchanged more than half their names and backgrounds, and were, in the way children sometimes are after one long train ride, not quite friends yet but no longer strangers. The first years were called off the train and down to the lake by Hagrid, who beamed at Harry as if Harry had personally invented the lake. They crossed in little boats, under a sky gone violet with dusk, and the castle rose up out of the far shore on its crag, black and gold with 1,000 candles in 1,000 windows, and Ron, beside him, breathed out a word that might have been, "Blimey," and Hermione, behind him, breathed out nothing at all, and Neville, for the first time in Harry's company, smiled fully, his round face brightening from within. Harry, in his own head, stood on the deck of the boat with Ignotus's dry approval at his shoulder, and knew that he had, finally, come home. They were met on the other side by Professor McGonagall, a tall woman in emerald green with her grey hair in a severe bun and eyes like a hawk's. Harry looked at her. He saw, in her, a soul of iron the color of thunderclouds, layered over a small and deeply buried vein of gold. He saw, also, that she was not unkind, and that she loved the school more than anything else in her life, and that she was afraid, not openly, but at the seams, that the old man whose right hand she had been for 4 decades might be about to do something she could not stop. Harry respected her on sight. She led them up the stone steps. She gave them the short speech she gave every year about the 4 houses and the points and the cup. She looked, while she spoke, twice at Harry, each time for less than a heartbeat, with the careful, measuring look of a schoolmistress who had been given orders to watch. He met her eyes the second time. He did not, for a long moment, look away. Minerva McGonagall, who had for 40 years not been stared down by a first year, blinked first. Then her mouth twitched, just at the corner. She cleared her throat. "Please wait here quietly. I shall return shortly." She swept out. In the antechamber off the great hall, the first years waited, and the first years whispered, and the first years looked at each other in the way of children at a fair. A pale blonde boy at the front of the crowd turned, and his grey eyes found Harry's, and Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 large silent boys Harry recognized at once as bodyguards, lifted his chin in an inclination so small it was almost nothing, and Harry, from his spot near the back, returned it. Draco's ear went pink for the third time in their brief acquaintance. But he held Harry's gaze a second longer than he might have, and in that second Harry saw him square his narrow shoulders. The moment ghosts, a dozen silvery white ghosts, drifted through the wall and stopped the proceedings for about 3 minutes was a small relief. Harry watched the ghosts as much as he watched the other first years. He had read, in the grimoire, that Peveril Blood could often see things ghosts did not wish seen. He did not press. He let the ghosts pass over him with their courtly indifference. The fat friar, sweeping past, paused for a second next to Harry and bowed, low, and went on without a word. Ron, beside Harry, swallowed. Did he just bow to you? I expect so. Why? Old friends, Harry said, because he did not know the answer and because an answer was called for, and Ron, who had already decided that Harry Potter was the kind of person to whom elderly friars bowed, took this on faith. McGonagall returned. They filed into the great hall. It was, Harry decided, beautiful. The ceiling was the night sky, black and starred. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each crowded with students in the colors of a house. The high table at the far end held the teachers. Harry picked them out one by one, matching faces to the descriptions in his grimoire: tiny Flitwick on a stack of cushions, stout red-cheeked Sprout, Trelawney hidden behind her shawls in a low seat, Anne, his eyes stopped, Severus Snape, greasy-haired, hook-nosed, dressed in unrelieved black, turning to look at him with a face that went from boredom to something else entirely in the space of a breath. Next to Snape was Quirrell in his turban, trembling so hard even from across the hall that the tassels of the turban danced. At the center of the high table, in a golden chair that was almost a throne, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry, who had spent 7 years picturing this man in ways that ranged from the cold to the coldly furious, took his first real look at the headmaster. Dumbledore looked old. Kindly. Tired. He had silver hair and a silver beard, both long enough to tuck into his belt. His nose was crooked, as if it had been broken at least twice and reset by someone who had not much cared. His eyes were a pale blue and, even from this distance, even across a hall full of candles and ghosts and children, they were looking directly at Harry. Harry did not look away. In the cellar inside Harry's head, behind a dozen doors and a lock shaped like a dragon's eye, Ignotus Peveril laughed very softly and said, "Steady, child. Let him see you first." Harry let him see him first. He let Dumbledore see, for a little under 2 seconds, the mild, surface face of a polite 11-year-old boy coming to school for the first time. Underneath that face, he kept, behind walls and wards and doors and keys, everything else he was. Dumbledore's mild smile did not flicker. His eyes, though, sharpened half a degree. Harry, who had long experience of reading the tiny changes in Aunt Petunia's mouth before she slapped him, caught the shift. He returned the look with a shy, small, twinkly smile of his own. Two could twinkle. Dumbledore, across the hall, lifted his goblet in a half-salute so small it would have been invisible to anyone not looking for it. Harry, still smiling his shy smile, inclined his head half an inch. In her seat at the high table, Minerva McGonagall, whose sightlines took in both the headmaster and the new student, saw this exchange and chose, without consciously deciding to pretend she had not. Her knuckles on the stem of her goblet, however, went white. The sorting hat was placed on a stool at the front of the hall. It sang, a bright, somewhat smug song about the 4 houses. Harry listened with polite attention and heard, clearly enough, the way the hat's song hesitated once, at the mention of the 4th founder, as though the hat knew something the song could not contain. Names were called. Abbott, Hannah. The hat took a second, sorted her, Hufflepuff \. And the first table cheered. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff \. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw \. Bulstrode, Millicent. Slytherin \. Draco Malfoy went, as he had predicted, to Slytherin, almost before the hat had settled on his head. Draco met Harry's eyes one more time from the Slytherin table and, with an almost shy, almost hopeful, almost Draco-ish expression, nodded. Harry nodded back. Granger, Hermione. Hermione went, to her own visible astonishment, to Gryffindor. She looked down the length of the Gryffindor table, found Harry's eyes in the waiting crowd, and offered him a small nervous wave. Harry smiled at her. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool as though to the gallows. The hat went on. For a long time, a very long time, the hat was quiet. Harry, with his mind sense ticking patiently, heard, faintly, the hat's own voice in Neville's head, much more here than I was led to expect. Much, much more, my boy. Well. Where shall I put you? Harry, who had been instructed by Ignotus to be patient, nonetheless permitted himself a small, careful breath of soul magic, directed, not at Neville's head, but at the grandmother's binding around his cords. He loosened, very gently, one link. Only one. But it was enough that Neville's aura, which had been a small dun-colored thing, suddenly flared half a foot wider, and Neville's shoulders rose, and Neville, under the hat, smiled. Gryffindor /. Neville got down from the stool as though there had been a weight on his back that was not, quite, there anymore. He walked, a little dazed, to the Gryffindor table, and Harry, unseen, gave him a small private thumbs-up as he passed. Malfoy, already, I do apologize. Potter, Harry. The hall, at the name, went quite still. Harry felt eyes on him from every direction. He felt whispers. He felt, faintly, a little ripple of legitimacy reach out across the hall from the high table, probing, not from Dumbledore, but from someone beside him, someone with a hook nose and black hair. Harry, without even moving, let the probe slide off the first polite wall of the house inside his head, which showed the prober a mild, unremarkable schoolboy. Behind the first wall, the cellar remained sealed. Snape's face, across the hall, did not change, but his jaw tightened. Harry walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The brim came down over his eyes. The hat, inside his head, said, well. Hello, said Harry, politely. Hello. My word. You are a great deal, I have not, in 700 years, hello. Hello, said Harry, again, patiently. There are 7 of you, the hat said. 7 cores. 6 open, 1 sleeping. Sealed, once, by a very clever man who should have known better. And oh. Oh, I see. Peveril. Of course. Yes. Well, said the hat, and the hat, who had been on a great many heads, sounded, for the first time in those 7 centuries, flustered. Well. This is not, strictly, a normal sorting, is it? No, said Harry. I will not force you, said the hat, formally. I have never forced a Peveril. Where shall I put you? Harry thought. He thought about Gryffindor. He thought about the brave Weasleys and the bushy-haired Hermione and the warming Neville. He thought about a table full of his mother's old house, where the firelight would glow on his shoulder and his friends would rib him and he would be, perhaps, happy. He thought, then, about the table of green and silver. He thought about a pale boy called Draco Malfoy, whose father he would need to handle, about Millicent Bulstrode, whose father was already in Azkaban, about a great many children of Death Eater families, who had grown up hearing one story about Harry Potter and would, if he joined them, be forced to hear a different one. He thought about being seen among them, among the people who had destroyed his parents, walking into the center of their nest, and being, in their own house, untouchable. He thought about the reaction at the high table. He thought about Ignotus's dry advice, let him think you are a kind and ordinary and somewhat lucky boy for at least a term. Slytherin would make that harder. But Slytherin would also place him inside the rooms where the old war had been planned, under the noses of the children of the old war's generals, and give him the leisure, over 7 years, to reshape those children one by one, in the only way Harry believed any reshaping worth doing could happen, patiently, quietly, and beginning with whichever one of them was bravest first. Draco, he thought, would be first. The hat waited. "Put me in Slytherin," Harry said. The hat was silent for a long moment. "Are you certain?" "Yes." "You do know," the hat said, "that the splinter in your forehead will be slightly easier to pick apart in the colors of green? It is, after all, a splinter of a man who was once, most regrettably, a Slytherin. Like answers like, in that respect." "I do know." "Very well." The hat sounded, at the edges, entertained. "It will make a great deal of noise in here tonight, my lad, and for the rest of your school days, but that is no fault of mine. Let me do it properly. Please." The hat opened its mouth, which was to say, it opened itself along the brim, and spoke aloud, for the whole hall to hear, in a voice that was not shouting but carried, Slytherin /. There was a silence. It was not a normal silence. It was the silence of a hall full of children and teachers and ghosts who had all, a heartbeat before, been making various small sounds and all, as one, decided that they no longer needed to. Then, from the Slytherin table, someone, Millicent Bulstrode, for reasons that would become clear only years later, began to clap. Draco, half a beat behind her, joined her. Then the rest of Slytherin joined Draco. The applause from the green table built, slowly, into something loud and strange and unfamiliar, a welcome from a house that had not, in living memory, welcomed a Potter in any sense whatsoever. At the high table, Severus Snape sat without expression. His fingers, however, had closed so tightly on the stem of his goblet that the silver warped, very slightly, under his hand. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley's face had gone through 3 separate colors in 10 seconds. Hermione Granger had her hand halfway to her mouth. Neville Longbottom, in the second row, looked at Harry with a faint, startled, sorrowful smile, as though he had been half expecting a brother and had watched that brother be claimed by a different family. Harry met Neville's eyes. He mouthed, silently, "Still friends." Neville, after a second, nodded. In the headmaster's seat at the center of the high table, Albus Dumbledore did not move. His mild smile had gone tight at the corners. His eyes, behind the half-moon glasses, were unreadable. He was the only person in the hall, Harry decided, who had actually expected this. Harry lifted the hat off his head. He handed it, solemnly, to Professor McGonagall, whose face, for a moment, had gone as blank as a wall. He walked to the Slytherin table. He sat down next to Draco Malfoy. He laid his hands, quietly, on the table in front of him. He was, still, a small thin boy in an oversized second-hand jumper under a fresh black Hogwarts robe. He was also, as everyone at that table now understood, the boy who lived, come to sit with them. Draco, beside him, had gone absolutely still. Harry, without turning his head, said very softly, "I told you I would think about it." Draco made, behind his teeth, a noise that was not quite a laugh. Then, with admirable composure for a boy of 11 whose world had just shifted on its axis, he put a pumpkin juice in front of Harry, filled it, and said, "Welcome, Potter." "Harry," Harry said. Draco swallowed. "Harry." The sorting continued, in the way these things do, names and house calls and applause, but no one in the hall was really listening anymore. At the high table, Severus Snape watched Harry's back as if he could burn a hole through it, and under the turban, something that Harry could feel clearly even at this distance hissed and hissed and hissed. The feast began. Food appeared. Ghosts made speeches. Dumbledore rose, and said a few nonsense words, nitwit / blubber / oddment / tweak / to which Harry, taking his cue from the Slytherin 7th years, did not laugh. He ate sparingly. He talked, lightly. He did not answer questions about his scar. He gave Draco the neat, socially accurate version of himself, amused, confident, interested, and kept the rest, as Ignotus had instructed, behind the wall. When, at the end of the feast, Dumbledore delivered his warning about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor, Harry took special note of the third-floor corridor, filed it, and gave no outward sign. They were led down to the dungeons by a tall fifth-year prefect who introduced himself as Gemma Farley, and who, in a low, practiced voice, gave the first-year Slytherins a short speech about the house. It was not the speech Harry had expected. It was, instead, a speech about what the rest of the school would say about them, and about how Slytherin students looked after each other, because no one else would, and about how if any one of them got into trouble, he was not, under any circumstances, to hide it, he was to come to the prefects, to the house, because the house was family. Harry listened, politely. He recognized the shape of the speech. It was a speech from people who had been taught, over generations, that unity was their only defense. He filed it. He would, he thought, learn a great deal from Slytherin House. He might, in time, change some of what he learned there as well. They were given the password to the dormitory, Sanguis, and sent to their beds. Harry stood for a moment in the first-year boys' dormitory, which was long and low, with green-hung four-posters and stone lanterns and a broad window that looked into the greenish-black water of the lake outside, in which, at that moment, a small silver fish slid past and vanished. He unpacked. He laid out his things. He did not, of course, unpack the grimoire. The grimoire lived in the inside pocket of his robes where it had lived since London, and the pale elder wand lived up his sleeve. He climbed into his four-poster. He drew the curtains. He laid on his back in the dark. He closed his eyes. In the library inside his head, he walked, very slowly, down the rows of shelves. He pulled down the new entries. Draco Malfoy, allies maybe. Upgraded to ally, provisional. Neville Longbottom, brother. Upgraded to brother, confirmed. Hermione Granger, ally maybe. Upgraded to ally provisional. Ron Weasley, ally maybe. Severus Snape, unresolved. A deep, complicated soul, old grief at the core, cross-reference with Ignotus's note about not of old grief. Quirrell, dangerous. Passenger confirmed. Expect confrontation by Halloween. Albus Dumbledore, unresolved. Watching me. Aware, now, that I am aware. Peter, the rat, hidden. Monitor. He filed each of them. He opened his eyes. He looked, through the curtains, at the greenish-black water of the lake. Hedwig, somewhere in the Ollery above the castle, was asleep. Thorn, miles away in Surrey, was roosting on a slate roof. Abigail, across the country in Little Whinging, was finishing her maths homework by the light of a reading lamp shaped like a rabbit. He, Harry Potter, was in Slytherin House, in the castle of Hogwarts, under the lake, with a wand his ancestor had left him 400 years ago up his sleeve and a grimoire on his chest and 6 cores singing in him. He smiled. "Good night, grandfather," he whispered, out loud, to the ceiling. In the small private room Ignotus occupied inside his grandson's head, a small wooden room with a single lamp and a single chair, Ignotus Peverell smiled, and did not answer, because he had no need to answer, and put out the lamp. In his office high above, in the stone tower, Albus Dumbledore sat alone. He had not gone to bed. He had lit 3 candles, one at each cardinal point of his writing desk, and he had arranged, at the center of the desk, the cracked bronze bead from the orrery. He was looking at it. 6 hairline cracks. He had counted them, over and over, for 7 years. 6, and no more. No 7th crack. That last core, the core he had himself placed the most cunning binding upon, remained sealed. Whatever was going on with the boy, whatever unknown party had made the first 6 cracks, the 7th seal, his own cleverest work, had held. It was a small comfort. The rest of the picture was not comforting. The boy had gone into Slytherin, Lily Evans's son, in Severus's house. The boy had chosen, quite clearly, to do so. Dumbledore had felt, from his chair, the warm clean little assent the boy had given the hat. The boy had exchanged half a glance with Minerva, with the fat friar, with Draco Malfoy, with Severus. In each case, the boy had known, in detail, who he was looking at, and in each case the boy had let nothing of consequence be read. The boy had a wand from Ollivander's private stock, a fact Dumbledore had, this very afternoon, confirmed through back channels to be a Peveril wand. A Peveril wand. Dumbledore sat, very still, and closed his eyes. He had spent, in his life, too long not thinking about his childhood friend in Godric's Hollow whom history had, in its kindness, largely forgotten. He had spent too long not thinking about the old stories that friend's mother had told them on summer afternoons, about three brothers on a bridge, about a cloak, about a line of Peveril descent that had, by her reckoning, thinned to a single slim thread hanging from a boy she had taught algebra to. Lily Evans had been that slim thread. Her son was that slim thread-made sword. "Oh," Dumbledore said, very softly, to the empty office. "Oh, old friend. You have come back." Fawkes, on his perch, opened one eye. "She sent him her wand," Dumbledore said. "Death sent him her wand. You know what that means." Fawkes, who did know, did not answer. Dumbledore looked at the bead on his desk for a long time. Then he put it in its drawer. He rose. He put out the candles, one by one. "Very well," he said, to the darkened office. "Very well. The board has changed. The pieces are no longer where I placed them." He stood at his window, in the dark, and watched the stars move. "Then I must play better." Far below, in the Slytherin dormitory under the lake, Harry Potter slept with a Peveril grimoire on his chest, a Peveril wand at his wrist, and a small, secret smile at the corner of his mouth. The first days of Hogwarts were, for Harry, a catalogue of small revelations and small restraint. He learned very quickly which teachers were sincere and which were performing, which older students had interesting souls and which were empty rooms, where the corridors in the castle moved at night and where they did not, which staircases could be trusted and which required, in his respectful opinion, a firm talking to. He took notes. He kept them in his head, in the library, on a fresh shelf he had marked Hogwarts, practical. Breakfast the first morning was, by the low standards of dungeon dwellers, riotous. Draco introduced Harry, one by one, to the first-year Slytherins who had attached themselves to his orbit, Pansy Parkinson, sharp-tongued and pretty, who looked at Harry with the predatory calm of a girl whose mother had told her to look at Harry Potter with the predatory calm of a politician's daughter, Theodore Nott, quiet and dark-eyed, who shook Harry's hand with a strange two-handed formality and said, "Only, Mr. Potter." Blaise Zabini, tall and elegant, who said, "Potter," in a tone so finely balanced between respect and amusement that Harry laughed out loud, and Crabbe and Goyle, Draco's two hulking shadows, who nodded at him in perfect and silent sequence, like trained bears. Harry, who had expected a cold reception, had, within 10 minutes, the entire first-year Slytherin cohort arranged around him in a loose, watchful, evaluative semicircle. Draco, at his elbow, was preening. Pansy, opposite, was evaluating. Nott, beside Pansy, was listening. Zabini, next to Harry, was amused. They were not friends. They were, Harry could see with soul sight, the beginnings of a small complicated country of allegiances, each of them already running its own long game for reasons its parents had taught it, and each of them quietly adjusting the game around Harry Potter's unexpected entry. He ate his toast. He drank his tea. He asked Nott, politely, about potions, which Nott's mother had taught him from infancy, and for 5 minutes had the pleasure of watching a quiet boy expand, like a flower in warm water, under genuine interest. He asked Pansy, without apparent motive, whose portrait hung over the Slytherin common room fireplace. She answered, and was briefly, delightedly, in charge. He asked Zabini, with a small sly look, whether the house elves in the kitchens were, in his opinion, well treated. Zabini, who had spent his entire summer arguing with his mother about exactly that topic, lit up. Draco, watching Harry deploy one small courtesy after another, said, so quietly only Harry could hear, "You're dangerous." "You knew that," Harry murmured back. "I did not know," Draco said, tightly, "that you were this dangerous this quickly. Breakfast is a small dangerous. Wait until lunch, I think you're saying." "I think I'm saying," Harry said, "that you should eat your eggs before they go cold, and that we have potions at 9. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger, who had been watching Harry's end of the Slytherin table with narrowed eyes, leaned across the butter dish and said to Ron Weasley, who was still visibly sulking, "I think he's all right, you know. He went into Slytherin. He's still all right." Hermione closed her book with a snap. "Just, differently." "Differently how?" Hermione looked at Ron. Then, decisively, she said, "I'll tell you when I know." Potions was, as Ignotus had warned, a test. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon with his black robes swirling, took the register in the low, cold, precisely enunciated voice of a man who had discovered that cutting every syllable into exact halves was the cruelest possible form of speech, and came, in due course, to the name he had been waiting for. "Potter," he said. "Our new celebrity." "Sir," said Harry. Snape closed the register. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class went still. The Slytherins watched Harry. The Gryffindors watched Snape. Nobody breathed. Harry, who had read every page of every first-year potions book in July in his attic by the light of a blue-gold flame, and who had read, more carefully, the section Ignotus had highlighted in the grimoire, on the symbolism of asphodel and wormwood, said, quietly, evenly, "The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death itself. The combination, I believe, was historically used in," what was the phrase? He paused, as though searching for something. "Ah. The language of flowers. Asphodel, a lily, for grief, wormwood, for bitter absence. Together, in the language of flowers, they mean, I bitterly regret." The founder of our modern potion tradition preserved that meaning by choosing those two ingredients specifically, though any other combination of sedatives would be, chemically, just as effective. There was a silence. Severus Snape's face did not change, but something behind his eyes did, very briefly. "Where," he said, "did you read that, Potter?" "In a book, sir." "Which book?" Harry, who had, for once, read it exactly where he was about to claim, smiled a small polite smile. "A book my mother made notes in, sir. I found it in a trunk. I thought she had a lovely handwriting." The silence in the dungeon became a different kind of silence. Snape did not speak for a long second. His hands, on the edge of his desk, had gone very white at the knuckles. 5 points, he said, at last, and his voice cracked, briefly, on the first word before it smoothed itself, to Slytherin. 4. Accurate attribution. He turned to the blackboard. He did not look at Harry for the rest of the class. Harry, who had seen, for half a second, what lived behind Snape's eyes when Lily Evans's name came near them, grief the color of slate, older and heavier than any grief Harry had ever seen in another living person, did not look at Snape either. He copied his notes. He made his potion, competently. He left the dungeon, at the end of the hour, having achieved exactly what Ignotus had told him to achieve. He had not provoked Severus Snape, and he had made it impossible for Severus Snape, in the full course of 7 years, ever to entirely despise him. It was a small foundation. Harry, who knew his carpentry from the attic, was not going to build a house on it yet. But he had laid the first stone. Out in the corridor, Draco, who had watched this entire performance as if watching a rather terrifying tennis match, fell into step beside Harry. "How?" Draco began. "I read," Harry said. "Yes, but, my mother's books." "Really? I have 3 of her old ones. I've been reading them since July." Draco was silent for a moment. "You're going to be headache, aren't you, Potter?" To whom? To every grown-up in this castle. I very much hope so, Harry said, and Draco, despite himself, laughed. At dinner that evening, a large snowy owl arrived at the Slytherin table with a small folded note tied to her leg. Hedwig alighted, imperiously, between Harry's plate and Draco's, pecked at Draco's roll as a sort of introductory tax, and held out her leg. Harry untied the note. He recognized Abigail's handwriting at once, careful, slanted, very tidy. Dear Harry, it said. You went into Slytherin. I saw in the paper, though Mummy tells me I am not, as a matter of fact, reading the wizarding paper, because we do not get it. I am not answering her on that point. I am in any case writing to tell you that the girls at my new school remain very tidy and that I have resolved, in consequence, to become untidy on a matter of principle. Please tell me everything. I have missed you. Yours, A. Harry smiled. Draco, leaning in to read over his shoulder, said, Who's A? A friend. From, before. Yes. A muggle? Yes. Draco's face did something slightly complicated. Harry waited, patiently. Draco said, at last, in a carefully neutral voice, that is, not standard, in this house. I know. You do not care. I do not. Draco considered this. Then, to Harry's mild surprise, Draco nodded, once, short. Right, he said. Well. Standard isn't necessarily interesting. Is she clever? Very. Then I look forward to meeting her. Harry glanced sideways. Draco was looking, resolutely, at his pudding. One day, Harry said, carefully, she'll visit. I'd like you to be kind to her. I am kind, when it suits me. Then let it suit you. It will, Draco said, in a firmer voice than he had, perhaps, expected from himself. Harry filed that, too, in the library. Under Draco, allies, provisional, a new line, that read, simply, promising. In the staff room that evening, Minerva McGonagall set her tea down with unusual precision on her saucer and, without looking at Albus Dumbledore, said, The boy is not what we expected. Dumbledore, over his own cup, said, No. I have taught many Potters. I knew James. I taught Lily. This boy is, not either of them, and not exactly both. No. He read Snape like a book this morning, Albus. Pomona tells me he spent his free period in the greenhouse asking her about Allahatsi leaves in a tone that gave Pomona the distinct impression he already knew the answer. Phileas says he went up to Ravenclaw Tower yesterday evening, I have no idea how, and spent an hour in the common room with the Ravenclaw first years, discussing, Phileas thinks, some form of applied arithmancy. Yes. He has gone into Slytherin, Albus. Yes. Albus. Dumbledore set his cup down. Minerva. I am aware. What are we going to do? We, Dumbledore said, gently, are going to watch. I am going to watch. You, Minerva, are going to teach the boy Transfiguration, because you are the finest Transfiguration teacher in a century, and because he deserves nothing less. He is, as you say, remarkable. I had hoped he would be more ordinary. I had, in fact, arranged as much as I could for him to be more ordinary. I have been, it seems, overruled. By whom I do not yet know. But I have been. Minerva was silent a long moment. Albus. Yes. If you arranged for that child to be more ordinary, and you say it so easily, I would like to know, one day, what exactly you arranged. I will tell you, Dumbledore said, slowly, when I know you will not throw your teacup at me. Fair, said Minerva. She drank the rest of her tea in silence, and did not meet his eyes, and when she left the staff room she walked, for reasons she did not analyze, past the dungeon stair and stood for a full minute at the top of it, looking down at the greenlit stone, before she climbed back up to her tower alone. In a high turret room at the far end of the castle, Quirinus Quirrell sat at his desk with his turban unwound in his lap, his bald head glistening with sweat, and listened, for the 10th time that day, to the passenger on the back of his skull hiss in his ear, "Closer. Closer. I must be closer to the boy. He is in Slytherin, my lord. Yes. I can feel him. Unsealed, 4 of the bindings, perhaps more, 4, my lord. Do not question me, Quirrell. No, my lord. He is more than what the old man allowed him to be. He is more than what I was told. He is, the hissing voice broke off. It did not, for the first time in 4 years, seem entirely angry. It seemed, distantly, through Quirrell's aching skull, almost frightened. Closer, Quirrell. Yes, my lord. Do not let him see you. Not yet. Yes, my lord. Quirrell wrapped the turban back around his head with trembling fingers. He stood. He went down to dinner, late, flushed, stuttering, as the staff was accustomed to see him. He sat next to Snape, who ignored him. He ate nothing. He watched, over the silver centerpiece, the small black-haired boy at the Slytherin table talking, easily, to the Malfoy son, and his head, beneath the turban, screamed. That night, lying in his 4-poster in the green dormitory, Harry Potter listened to the other first-years breathe. Draco snored very gently. Not sighed in his sleep. Zabini was silent. Crabbe and Goyle slept like logs. Outside the windows, the lake moved in its slow green dark. Harry, alone in the quiet, put one finger to his forehead and touched the scar. The splinter was still there. Cold. Pinned. Still quiet, under Ignotus's anchor. Soon, he said, softly, to it. Not tonight. But soon. Then he rolled over, pulled the green blanket to his chin, and slept. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Troll and the Truth. By the end of October, Harry Potter had, by Hogwarts standards, become a fixed feature of the landscape. Teachers had learned to expect him. Students had stopped pointing. The initial shock of a Potter in green robes had worn into something stranger and harder to dismiss, a quiet, precise boy who moved through the corridors with a small polite smile, who turned in every essay exactly 1 day early, who had never, not once, raised his voice, and who was, it was widely held among the upper years, watching. What Harry was watching varied, depending on who you asked. Professor Sprout thought he was watching the plants. He had spent 3 afternoons in Greenhouse 3 with his hands in soil, asking questions about mandrakes and whomping willows in a tone that suggested he already knew the answers and was checking the tone of her replies. Professor Flitwick thought he was watching the first-year Ravenclaws. Harry had, twice, found excuses to be in Ravenclaw Tower by invitation, and had been seen on one occasion in the Ravenclaw common room patiently teaching a nervous first-year girl how to hold her wand without her wrist locking up. Professor McGonagall thought he was watching her in particular, and she was right. Harry had made a careful study of Minerva McGonagall in her classroom and out of it, and had, by the end of the month, decided that she was an honest woman working under an old compromise she had never fully examined, and that she deserved the courtesy of always being told the truth, insofar as Harry could afford to tell it. Professor Snape thought he was watching Snape, and Snape's watching of Harry had reached, by Halloween, a mutual equilibrium as cold and thin as window glass. Professor Dumbledore thought he was watching everything, and Dumbledore was, more or less, correct. Quirrell thought Harry was watching him specifically, and Quirrell was, in his own stuttering, turban-damp way, terrified. Hermione Granger thought Harry was a mystery, and Hermione, over the course of October, had done what Hermione always did with a mystery. She had tried to solve him by getting very close to him and taking notes. She and Ron had been slow to warm, but Hermione had, by the 3rd week of term, become a fixture at Harry's elbow in the library. She had at first sat stiffly at a separate table with a book open as an excuse to glare across the stack at him. She had, by the 2nd week, been joining him at his table openly, to debate a point in a textbook. By the 3rd week, she had discovered, unforgivably, that Harry was reading 200 pages ahead in Transfiguration, and had promptly installed herself on the chair next to his, and had not, in any meaningful sense, left it. Ron, who adored Hermione in the complicated, half-denied way of 11-year-old boys, had followed her to Harry's table, one silent meal at a time, until by Halloween the three of them were an unacknowledged triangle in the library every evening, drawing curious looks from the rest of the house tables but, by mutual consent, sitting together and saying nothing very loudly about it. Neville had, quietly, become Harry's fourth. He did not come to the library often, he struggled with reading, still, and the chains his grandmother had laid had left his concentration frayed. But he came to the courtyard when Harry went out into the courtyard, and he came to the greenhouse when Harry went to the greenhouse, and, once, memorably, in a quiet alcove on the third floor, not the forbidden third floor, the other one, Harry had sat down with Neville on a window seat and had said, very simply, "Do you trust me, Neville?" "Yes," Neville had said. "May I touch your hands?" "Yes," Neville had said. And Harry, as he had been planning since the 1st of September, had unpicked 3 of the iron links of the grandmother's ham-fisted binding. He had not yet dared take them all, he had not yet had leisure for that. But he had taken 3, and Neville's face, when Harry took his hands away, had been slowly, wonderingly transformed. "Oh," Neville had said, staring at his own hands. "Oh. Harry, what did you, is it supposed to feel like this?" "Yes," Harry had said, softly. Neville had, within the week, gone from a quiet nervous boy who forgot his own name in class to a quiet nervous boy who knew the names of every plant in every greenhouse by Latin, and who, in a week's time, would correct Professor Sprout on a minor mispronunciation of an Elizabethan term, to her delight. Harry had filed Neville's transformation in the library under Brother, confirmed, with a small rider, begin, after Halloween, to teach him the house inside his head. This was, when Halloween arrived, the state of Harry Potter's small complicated Hogwarts life. Halloween morning dawned grey and cold. The hall was decorated in swoops of black ribbon and carved pumpkins. Hagrid had sent up 12 real live pumpkins the size of armchairs, and the ghost of Sir Nicholas was giving a small, polite, doomed performance of his Death Day chatter at the Gryffindor table. Harry, at the Slytherin table, was eating a slice of toast. Draco, beside him, was arguing with Pansy about a new broomstick. Zabini was laughing. Nott was reading a book on arithmancy 3 years above his level. Crabbe was methodically cleaning a plate, and Goyle had finished his own plate and was eyeing Crabbe's. It was a good morning. It was the last good morning for a while. At 8:30, a great grey owl arrived at the Slytherin table with a note from Hagrid, an invitation to tea on Saturday. Harry, who had been fond of Hagrid since the Rock in the Sea, wrote a polite acceptance and sent the owl off with it. At 9, they went to Charms. At 11, Herbology. At 1, lunch. At 2, Transfiguration. In Transfiguration, McGonagall, who had, Harry noticed, begun over the last 2 weeks to give him increasingly difficult side tasks when the rest of the class worked on the basic match to needle, pulled him aside at the end of class and said, quietly, "Come and see me this evening, Mr. Potter. After dinner." "Yes, Professor. I have some questions. I will answer what I can." She looked at him, long, over her half-moon spectacles. Then she nodded, briskly. "Go to your next class." Harry went. He did not, however, make it to dinner. At 5:30, the bell rang, the old bell, the one that rang only for emergencies, which most of the students had never heard in their school careers. Harry, coming down the grand staircase with Draco and Nott, stopped. The bell clanged a second time. A first-year Hufflepuff running past them with a white face gasped, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons!" "The dungeons?" Draco said, sharply. Snape said to come to the Great Hall. Everyone's, the 3 of them, without further conversation, broke into a run toward the Great Hall. Inside, the entire school, minus, Harry noted, several conspicuous absences, had already been gathered. Dumbledore was standing at the high table with his arms raised. He was explaining, in his quiet carrying voice, that the heads of houses would escort the students to their dormitories, that everyone was to remain calm, that everything was under control. Harry, with his mind sense carefully extended over the hall, knew within 90 seconds 3 things that Albus Dumbledore had not said. First, the troll was not in the dungeons. Whatever alarm had reported it in the dungeons had been deliberately falsified. The troll, by the weight of its footsteps, which Harry could feel through the stone under his boots, was on the first floor, quite near the girls' bathroom. Second, Quirrell had fainted, dramatically, 10 minutes ago, which had been the signal for the alarm. Harry could not see Quirrell in the hall. Quirrell was, at this moment, he strongly suspected, in the third-floor corridor. Third, Hermione Granger, who was not in the hall either, and whom Harry had last heard, in the corner of his mind where his friends lived, crying in a girl's bathroom at 1:30 that afternoon because Ron Weasley had said something unkind, was on the first floor. With the troll. Harry did not need to think. He turned. He murmured to Draco, "Tell whoever asks I had a stomach ache." And he went. He did not run. He walked, briskly. Halfway up the first-floor stairs, at the landing above the trophy room, he slid sideways through the seam of the world, the longest such crossing he had yet attempted, from the stairwell to the girls' bathroom, and came out on the landing just outside the bathroom door. He smelled it before he heard it. A troll smelled of old socks and wet stone and, underneath, a sour animal musk that reminded Harry of a badger he had once met in Mrs. Fig's garden. The footsteps that he had felt through the castle floor had stopped. Something, inside the bathroom, was breathing, big shuddering heaves of breath. Something small, inside the bathroom, was crying. Harry put his hand on the bathroom door. He paused. He set, around himself, the smallest, quietest, most efficient ward he had ever set, an eggshell of warmth that reported back to him, without noise, whatever moved within 10 paces. He checked, for his own sake, that the pale elder wand was up his sleeve. It was. He checked, with his soul sense, that there was nothing else in the room but one troll and one Hermione. There was not. He opened the bathroom door. The troll, 12 feet tall, warty, grey as granite, turned on him with the ponderous slow anger of a furious mountain. Its tiny red eyes focused. Its club, as big as Harry, rose. Hermione, against the far wall between 2 cubicles, saw him and screamed his name, once, and put her hand over her mouth. Harry, in the doorway, lifted his palm. "Stop," he said. The troll did not stop. The club came down, with a whoosh of air that rattled the pipes. Harry stepped sideways, not through the seam, not this time, just the crisp quick step of a boy who had been ducking Vernon and Dudley for 7 years, and the club met the stone floor with a crash that would, later, require the stone to be replaced. He lifted his hand again. Inside the ward, he pulled the heat out of the air. He drew it up from the stones, which were warm from the autumn afternoon, and from the troll itself, which was a great bulky radiator of muscle. He drew it into his palm. The troll, in the middle of another swing, slowed. The troll's breath, in the suddenly cold air, plumed white. "Stop," Harry said again. The troll's club faltered. Harry, who had been practicing this particular trick on Mr. Tibbles, of all entities, for 2 years, reached with his mind sense past the troll's hard thick skin and into the small, slow, stolid troll mind, and said, "Sleep." The troll blinked. Its mouth hung open. Its eyes, which were not troll eyes made for subtle work, went glassy. It looked, for a second, unimpressed but cooperative, like an old lorry idling. Then it sat down, slowly, in the middle of the bathroom, its back against a row of cubicles, and rested its club across its knees, and closed its eyes. Within 10 seconds, the troll was snoring. Harry, in the suddenly warm air, turned to Hermione. "Hi." Hermione's eyes, above her hands, were enormous. "Don't move yet," Harry said, calmly. "There's water on the floor. Can you walk out to me without slipping? Good. Yes. Like that. Hermione, step by careful step, edged around the snoring troll. When she reached Harry, she clutched, tightly, at his sleeve. She was trembling. Harry let her hold his sleeve as long as she needed to. What? She whispered. How did you? I'll explain later. Are you hurt? No. Good. I'm going to do one thing. Wait there. Harry stepped past Hermione into the bathroom. He went, carefully, to the sleeping troll. He put one small hand on the troll's great warty forehead. He closed his eyes. The troll had, within its dim enormous body, a banked magical fire of its own. It was not the magic a human had, it was the magic of a mountain, the slow glow of bone-meeting stone over millennia. But it was magic, and some of it, Harry could feel, had bled out of the troll in its efforts to batter down the bathroom. It was lying around the room in spatters, like sparks from a grinder. Harry, very respectfully, gathered the loose spatters into the palm of his hand. He folded them, gently, into the ward he was already maintaining around himself. He tucked them into the outer layer, where they nested, warming his own ward from a shell to a layered armor. The ward, around him, brightened half a degree, a thing he alone could see. Thank you, he said to the sleeping troll, softly. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to ask you one thing, and then you're going to go home. The troll breathed heavily and did not answer, because it was asleep. Harry withdrew. He rejoined Hermione in the doorway. He took her hand, without asking, because she was shivering, and he turned, and they left the bathroom together just as McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell, all three of them, arriving in a clatter of robes and stutters and gowns from 3 different directions, reached the far end of the corridor and stopped dead at the sight of the 2 first-years. Potter, Snape snapped. Professor, Harry said, with his most polite first-year nod. What, precisely, are you doing on this floor? I was looking for Hermione, sir. She was in the bathroom. The troll was in the bathroom. The troll is, still in the bathroom, sir. It's asleep. I should say sorry for leaving the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall, but I was, worried. The 3 teachers stared. McGonagall, first, recovered herself. The troll is, asleep? Yes, Professor. How? I'm not sure exactly, Professor. It was trying to hit me. I asked it to stop. It did. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Her face did 3 things in quick succession. Then, without comment, she walked past him into the bathroom, took one glance at the enormous snoring troll against the cubicles, and stepped back out. She looked at Snape. Snape looked at her. Quirrell, from a pace behind both of them, was visibly trying to look at the floor and at Harry at the same time. Harry, with one brief glance, caught Quirrell's eye. The turban twitched. Harry, without thinking, pulled the smallest thread of mind magic, a breath of it, no more, up Quirrell's neck, and the passenger in the back of Quirrell's head flinched so hard that Quirrell, visibly, staggered. I think, Quirrell stuttered, think I must sit down, I'm terribly, and he fled, at a shaky half-run, back down the corridor toward the staircase, in exactly the direction Harry had known he would flee. McGonagall watched him go. Her mouth thinned. Miss Granger. Go to the hospital wing. Mr. Potter, you will come with me. Severus, if you would be so kind as to deal with the sleeping troll. Minerva. Severus. Now. Snape, who had not taken his eyes off Harry, did not argue. He gave Harry, in passing, a long glittering look that held in it, for the first time, something besides loathing, a slow, reluctant, almost angry surprise. Then he stepped into the bathroom, and the door closed behind him. Hermione, clutching Harry's sleeve, whispered, Harry, will you, I'll be fine, Hermione. Go. Pomfrey will have you wrapped in a blanket in 3 minutes. I'll come as soon as I can. She squeezed his hand and let go. McGonagall led Harry up the great staircase, through 2 long corridors, and at length to a stone gargoyle in front of an oak door that Harry had already privately memorized the location of. "Lemon drop," McGonagall said, crisply. The gargoyle slid aside. The spiral stair rotated up. At the top, the door opened before they reached it. They walked into the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore was standing by the window, his long thin hands folded behind his back, looking out at the lake. He turned as they entered. His face was mild. "Minerva. Harry. Please, do sit." Harry sat. McGonagall did not sit. She stood just behind Harry's shoulder, arms folded, with the upright carriage of a woman who had arrived in this office intending to deliver a first year to the headmaster for a scolding and had, in the last 10 minutes, become a bodyguard. "Thank you, Minerva," Dumbledore said, gently. "Would you be so kind as to speak with Madame Pomfrey about Miss Granger? I believe she will need your particular assurance tonight." McGonagall hesitated. Her eyes, above her glasses, flicked to Harry. "Go, Professor," Harry said, quietly. "I'll be all right." She looked at him. She looked at Dumbledore. She sighed, not quietly. "If you are not in Gryffindor Tower at dawn tomorrow, Mr. Potter, to meet me for a cup of tea, I will be asking questions so loud they will rattle the headmaster's ears." "Yes, Professor." She swept out. The door closed behind her. Albus Dumbledore, without sitting, without moving from the window, said, "You were aware, I think, Harry, that the troll was not in the dungeons." "Yes, sir." "And you chose to leave the Great Hall to rescue Miss Granger." "Yes, sir." "Why?" "Because she was my friend." Dumbledore nodded. He turned, at last, from the window, and sat down across the desk from Harry. He poured 2 cups of tea from a small silver pot. He handed one to Harry. "You put the troll to sleep, I am told." "Yes, sir." "That is not," Dumbledore said, softly, "an 11-year-old spell." "No, sir." "You have not, in this school, been taught it." "No, sir." "You have not, as far as I have been told, been taught it anywhere." Harry looked at him steadily, over the rim of the teacup. He took a small, unhurried sip. He set the cup down. "No, sir." Dumbledore waited. Harry waited. Dumbledore's fingers, on the desk, went very still. Harry could feel, against the outermost edge of his own wall, the 6th Corps ward, the armor he had layered with the troll's sparks, and under that the full-sealed library of his mind, the lightest possible touch of legilimency, deft as a cat's paw. It did not press. It did not try to force its way in. It waited, like a polite visitor at the doorway. Harry did the most unusual thing he had done since the Hat had called his house. He opened the door. Not the cellar. Not the library. Not the room reserved for Ignotus. He opened the front door of the house inside his head, the big formal door that sat at the top of the steps, and he stepped into the front hall, and he turned, and he looked at Albus Dumbledore's polite visiting mind with his own eyes. Dumbledore, in turn, opened his eyes. "Well," he breathed. "Sir," Harry said, aloud. "Harry. You are aware, then, of the gift?" "Yes, sir." "Since when?" "Since the day after my 5th birthday." Dumbledore, very slowly, lowered his teacup. Harry, still looking into the headmaster's mild visiting mind, said, in the voice he had used on Piers Polkiss behind the playground shed, many years ago, "I'd like to show you something, sir." "Please." Harry lifted his hand. He pushed up the cuff of his robe, exposing his thin forearm. Across the pale inside of his wrist, where the coin of warmth had pulsed under his palm since he was 4, a shape, not a tattoo, not a scar, but the ghost of something branded into him at a depth no eye had been meant to see, shimmered into visibility. It was a ring. 7 points around a circle. 6 of the points glowed faintly, steady gold. The 7th was dark. Dumbledore, across the desk, went perfectly white. "Harry, this is the septenary seal, sir. I believe you know it." "Harry, I would like to ask you, sir," Harry said, still very quietly, "why you put it on me when I was a baby." There was a silence so complete that Harry could hear the clock in the next room tick. Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes. He opened them. When he spoke, his voice was the voice of a man who had been preparing for this conversation for 11 years and had, every one of those years, hoped he would not have to have it. "To save your life." "Whose life?" "Yours, Harry. If any of your cores had been open when Lord Voldemort's curse struck you as an infant, the curse, I believe, would have burned you like dry tinder. The sealing was done in 3 hours by myself and 3 friends with every bit of skill and favor we had. It did save your life. I believe that now as I believed it then." "And after?" Harry said. "After, yes. Dumbledore closed his eyes again. "After, there was, much. You had a fragment of him in you. I did not, at first, know. When I discovered it, there seemed no good course. If I removed the fragment, you might, I was afraid. The seal, at least, contained you. If I opened you prematurely, at any age, the core's waking might have awakened the fragment. If I never opened you, if you lived a muggle life, the fragment would lie dormant indefinitely. But then I could not defend myself. But then you could not defend yourself. So you decided to make me unable to defend myself. I decided," Dumbledore said, quietly, "to make you safe." "Safe from whom, sir?" Dumbledore did not answer. "Safe from my aunt." Dumbledore did not answer. "Safe from my uncle." "Safe from my cousin." "Safe from Piers Polkiss, sir." "Do you know, sir, that when I was 7 years old, the summer Uncle Vernon was not sacked, he hit my head against the banister hard enough that I bled for 14 minutes by the clock before Aunt Petunia noticed. I have the scar under the other one. Shall I show you, sir?" Dumbledore's long old face was grey. "I would not have," he said, very low, "permitted." "No," Harry said, gently. "You did not know. You did not come and look. You sent Arabella Figg, who reported nothing of interest, and you spent 11 years not interfering in the arrangements you had made for me, because interference would have required you to learn what the arrangements had, in fact, produced." Dumbledore did not speak. "I am not angry, sir." Dumbledore lifted his eyes. "I am not angry, sir, because I am not the boy you expected to find. Somebody you did not expect, sir, has been, unsealing me." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was a ghost. "I know. 6 doors, sir. As you have guessed. The 7th is still shut. It is, I understand, still shut by your hand." "By my hand." Dumbledore's voice was almost inaudible. "Yes." Harry sat for a long moment. He watched the old wizard opposite him. He let his soul sight reach, very gently, toward Dumbledore's core. It was a strange soul, vast, layered, stained in places with gilt like ink on pale paper, bright in other places with a kind of patient love Harry had not expected. Underneath all of it was grief, old and weary, with a familiar shape, brother-shaped. Harry closed the soul sight. He had seen enough. "I am going to ask you one question, sir." "Yes, Harry." "Will you take the last seal off?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "No," he said, at last. "Not yet. I am sorry. If I remove it now, at 11, I believe the fragment in your forehead will, I believe the fragment may use the unsealing to try to shape you. I need you to be older. I need you to have grown into you. When you are 15. When you are 17. When I am sure. Not now. Harry regarded him, calmly. I disagree with your reasoning, he said. But I understand it. I will ask you again in a year. Harry, I will not unseal it myself, sir. I give you my word. I will not force the door. I only ask that, when it opens, and it will open, one way or another, you will not be surprised. Thank you, Harry. Harry rose. He pulled down the cuff of his robe. The ring on his wrist dimmed, and vanished, back into the place it had been hiding all his life. Sir. One more thing. Yes. Professor Quirrell is carrying a passenger. The passenger, I believe, is the same man who put the fragment in my forehead. The passenger is currently trying to reach an object hidden behind the trapdoor in the third-floor corridor. I will not interfere, sir, if you prefer I not. But I am not going to be surprised when the passenger makes his move. Dumbledore sat very still. You know a great deal, Harry. I know, sir, what I can feel in my own skin when someone walks past me in a hallway. He has tried to read my mind every day for the last month. He is not subtle. I see. Good night, sir. Harry walked to the door. He paused there, his hand on the knob. He turned. Sir. Yes, Harry. I am not, actually, angry with you. You have every right to be. Maybe. But I'm not, right now. I thought you should know. I'm tired, sir. And my friend is in the hospital wing. Good night. He left. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat without moving for a long time. The tea in his cup went cold. Fawkes, on his perch, watched him. At length, Dumbledore lifted his eyes to the Phoenix. I have made, he said, a very great many mistakes, old friend. Fawkes, looking at him, began to sing. It was a single lone note that Fawkes sang on the rarest occasions, when Dumbledore most needed to hear it. It was the note of a friend. Dumbledore, who had sat through many hard nights in his long life, put his face in his hands and wept. Harry, on the landing below, heard none of it. He walked down the corridor to the hospital wing, where he found Hermione in a bed with a cup of hot chocolate and Madame Pomfrey at her side. Hermione, on seeing him, burst into tears. Harry sat down next to her and let her cry into his shoulder. He told her, quietly, as much of the truth as he dared, which was more than he had told anyone else in the school. When he had finished, Hermione wiped her eyes and said, with the flat decisiveness of a girl who had just promoted him in her private hierarchy, "Then we are friends, Harry. Proper friends. The kind that tells each other things." "Yes," Harry said. "Good." McGonagall, who had been hovering in the doorway, stepped in at that point. She looked at them both. She looked at the cup of hot chocolate. She looked, for a long moment, at the corridor outside the hospital wing. "Mr. Potter. Professor. I will expect you at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning in my office for tea." "Yes, Professor." "And Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. Thank you for saving Miss Granger. Thank you for noticing, Professor." Minerva McGonagall smiled for the first time that evening, a small, tight, private smile that Harry put away in the library under her name with a degree of satisfaction that he would not, ever, have admitted out loud. In the dungeons, later, much later, when Harry finally returned to the Slytherin dormitory, the common room was still half-lit. A knot of first-years had been waiting for him, Draco, pale and fidgeting, and Nott, and Zabini, and Pansy, and, to Harry's surprise, Hermione and Neville, who had, in some way that only Slytherin House could produce, been allowed in by the password-guarding portrait on the understanding that they were waiting for Harry and would not, in any circumstances, tell anyone they had been let in. Harry stopped in the doorway. He looked at them. 6 small faces, turned toward him, pale, freckled, round, elegant, sharp, bushy-haired, looked back. "Right," he said, and he sat down on the nearest couch. "Who wants to hear about the troll?" They all did. He told them, very carefully, only the small parts of the story that could be told. But he told them, at the end, one larger thing. He told them that they were, from this night, his friends. Draco, who had been watching Harry's face with an intensity quite unusual for Draco, looked down at his hands. "Harry," he said, quietly. "Yes. If you are asking us to be something. To stand with you. To do something, in this castle, that no one else can quite do, yes. I'm saying yes." Nobody laughed. Nobody interrupted. Around the circle of firelight, in an hour that belonged to no house, 6 11-year-olds looked at one small thin boy in green robes with a pale elder wand up his sleeve and a 7-pointed seal on his inner arm, and, one by one, said, "Yes." In a forest in Albania that was, at that moment, very far away, a wraith that had been Voldemort's fled, in a screaming cloud of hatred, from Quirinus Quirrell's failing body and back into its last surviving shell. It would, before the year was out, make a second attempt on the stone. It would, before the year was out, meet the boy who had sat up until 3 in the morning in a Slytherin common room telling stories to 6 friends. And the boy's grandfather, in his small wooden room inside the boy's head, stood at a small window and watched a small magpie fly past on some errand of its own, and he smiled. Harry went to McGonagall's office at 7 the next morning in the cold, blue-silver light of an autumn dawn. The rest of Slytherin was still asleep. Hedwig had brought him, at 6, a small brown paper parcel and a note. The parcel was a scone wrapped in a napkin, which had clearly been saved from the Gryffindor breakfast table by Hermione, and the note, in Hermione's neat handwriting, said only, "Eat this before you go upstairs, you absolute idiot." Harry, touched, ate the scone at the window of the common room and watched the lake turn rose. McGonagall had a brisk fire going in her grate and a low stone pot of tea on the hob when Harry arrived. She was already in her emerald robes, her hair pinned up, her face composed. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." He sat. She handed him a cup. She sat opposite him. For a long moment, she did not speak. "You are 11 years old," she said, at last. "Yes, Professor." "You put a mountain troll to sleep by speaking to it." "Yes, Professor." "You walked into the headmaster's office last night and held a conversation with Albus Dumbledore in which, as far as I can understand the fragments he has shared with me, you revealed that you have known for many years that the headmaster sealed your magic when you were an infant, and nonetheless you chose not to hex him off his chair." "I did consider it, Professor." She looked at him sharply. Then, to Harry's surprise, and rather to her own, she laughed. It was a single short sound, like a gate latch clicking. She put her cup down and crossed her hands on the desk. "Mr. Potter. I cannot protect you from what is coming. I think you already know this. I have been told this morning, by the headmaster, enough of your history to grasp the outlines, and I am, as you may imagine, appalled by some of it. I wish to say, to you, 2 things. Yes, Professor. The first thing is that if at any point, I do not care what you have been told by the voice you apparently have a direct line to, or by whichever ancestor, or by anyone else, at any point, Harry Potter, you find yourself on the wrong end of an adult's intention, in this school or out of it, you will come to me. I do not care if it is me you are afraid of at the time. You will come to me. Do you understand?" Harry swallowed. He had not, for reasons he did not fully understand, expected this. "Yes, Professor. The second thing is that I taught your mother, Mr. Potter, and I loved her, and I believe your mother would, if she were sitting in that chair this morning, laugh out loud at the idea of Minerva McGonagall telling her son what his duty is. So I will not tell you. I will only say this. Whatever you have been told to become, by the voice, by the headmaster, by your ancestor, by any other party, whatever you have been told to become, you will also, at the same time, be my student. That is not a small thing. Our students, Harry, are not allies. They are not tools. They are our children. This is my promise to you, whatever else I am in this war, in this year, in this school, I will be your teacher. Nothing more, and nothing less. Do you accept that? Harry could not speak for a second. Yes, Professor, he said, when he could. I accept. Very well. She refilled his cup. He drank. They did not speak for some time. Outside her window, the lake finished turning rose and went gold. A first-year Gryffindor, rushing past in the corridor, banged a trunk lid down and cursed audibly. McGonagall permitted herself a small tart smile and did not move. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Now drink your tea and tell me, precisely, what you did to the troll. I am, in addition to everything else I have said, curious. Harry laughed. He laughed for a long moment, until the cup rattled in his hand, then he told her, simply, what he had done, and her eyebrows climbed higher with every sentence until, at the end, she had, as she had once predicted she would, very gently, put her teacup down rather than throw it at him. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. That is, in transfiguration terms, not yet taught in this school. In any school. If you wish to do independent study of animagus adjacent mind work, please come to me for books, so that you at least do not kill yourself. Yes, Professor. Go to breakfast. He went. He made it to the great hall just as the Slytherin first years were, in a nervous cluster, trying to work out whether they were allowed to be seen waiting for him, and he slid in among them, and Draco, who had been pacing, visibly subsided, and by the time the pumpkin juice had been passed, the Slytherin table had closed around Harry like a small green army around its prince, and no one else in the hall had any doubt at all that something had changed in the night. That afternoon, a heavy parchment envelope arrived in the Slytherin common room by Courier Raven, addressed to Mr. H. J. Potter in a hand Harry recognized at once. It was Lucius Malfoy's. He opened it at his usual corner of the common room, with Draco carefully not hovering over his shoulder. The letter was short. Mr. Potter, my son informs me, in terms I am unaccustomed to hearing from him, that you have, in recent weeks, impressed him. I do not impress easily. I trust, therefore, that I may in due course have the pleasure of making your acquaintance, at a time and place of your choosing. Until such time, please consider Malfoy Manor at your disposal, its flue open to you, and its doors unlocked for you and such companions as you may bring. Wire sincerely, Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter 3 times. He folded it, carefully, and slid it into the inside pocket of his robe, next to the grimoire. He looked up at Draco, who was pretending to read a potion's text and failing. Your father is a courteous man, Harry said, neutrally. He is, Draco said, without looking up, when he wishes to be. He wishes to be to me. Yes. I wonder why. Draco did look up, then, and very briefly. Because you are, he said, the only person in this castle whose approval he now cares about more than the headmaster's. I thought you knew. I suspected, Harry said. Thank you for confirming. Is that, bad? Not yet. Harry smiled, a very small and careful smile. Not yet, Draco. Draco's ear went pink. It had not, as far as Harry could remember, gone pink in nearly 3 weeks, which suggested that Draco was, against his own expectations, still occasionally surprised by Harry Potter. That evening, in a quiet alcove off the third-floor corridor, the other third-floor corridor, the one that was not forbidden, Harry and Neville Longbottom sat, again, on a window seat above the frost-rimed grounds. Harry put his hands over Neville's. Tell me, first, if you want this, Neville. Neville looked at him, round-eyed and solemn. I want this. Good. 3 more links. It'll feel, for a moment, like being hit by a wave. You won't fall. I'm right here. All right. Harry took the 3 iron links of the grandmother's binding that were still left, one by one, and he did, gently, with the cadence of a boy picking stitches out of an old blanket, what he had done 3 weeks before. Neville's whole body jerked. Tears, without crying, ran down Neville's cheeks. Harry's grip on his hands did not move. When, at the end of it, the last link snapped away, Neville sat very still, breathing. "Oh," he said. "Oh. Oh, Harry." Harry waited. Neville said, tentatively, "I can feel everything. I can feel. It is all so loud. It will get quieter. You will learn to hold it. I will show you." Harry. "Yes. Harry, my mum and dad, I know. If I learn, if I can, if my gran will let me, you will, Neville. We will find out if there is any part of them to find out about, and if there is, you will reach it. I promise." Neville did not trust himself to speak. He nodded. He pressed his forehead against Harry's shoulder for a minute, and Harry, who was not particularly tall, and who had never in his life been the taller of 2 boys, let him. Below them, crossing a courtyard in the last light, Quirinus Quirrell hurried toward the defense against the dark arts tower with his turban askew and his mouth moving in a low continual hiss. He did not, this time, look up at the window. He had tried, 3 times, to approach the boy. He had been unable to. Every time he had come within 10 feet of Harry Potter in a corridor, the passenger in the back of his skull had hissed, "Not now, not now, not now," and Quirrell had fled. On the last occasion, in the Great Hall, he had fled so completely that he had run into the back of a marble angel and bloodied his own nose. The passenger, that night in the tower, at last said what Quirrell had been waiting to hear. "Quirrell. My lord. I have waited too long. The stone. We move on the stone. Before the winter break. The boy will not interfere with us if we finish before he is ready. My lord, I believe he is already ready. I believe, do not think, Quirrell. Fetch me the stone. Everything else is corrected after the stone." "Yes, my lord." Quirrell unwound his turban with hands that shook so badly the cloth kept slipping. Behind his neck, the face of the most hated man in magical Britain opened its eyes, stared at the stone wall, and, for the first time in a decade, did something other than plan. It reconsidered. "Quirrell. My lord. The boy is a Peverell. My lord. A Peverell. That is what the wraith thing in the cloak whispered to me when he spoke in Ollivander's shop. I did not believe it at once. Now I do. His mother must have carried the last of the line. He carries all of it. He has been unsealed. By an ancestor I was not told of. By something I cannot at this distance see. My lord, then surely, I will have the stone, Quirrell. And then I will take the boy. I do not care how. I will have them both before he can take the last seal from himself. Yes, my lord. Do not fail me. No, my lord." In his small wooden room inside Harry Potter's head, Ignotus Peverell, who had heard, across the thin space between his room and the world, this exchange, because the splinter in Harry's scar was a very good listening post, when one knew how to use it, closed his book and stood up. "So," he murmured, to himself, "we are to move early, are we? Very well. I had hoped to give you a little more time, child. But perhaps it is better this way." He did not wake Harry. He let the boy sleep. He sat, alone in his wooden room in his grandson's head, and waited, as he had waited 400 years already, for the right moment to open the last door. Outside, the first frost of winter fell on Hogwarts, and in the Slytherin dormitory under the lake, a boy with 6 bright coins under his sternum slept on his side with Hedwig perched on the bedpost, and dreamed, for no reason he could have named, of a mirror. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, 7 Cores, one thrown the frost came and stayed. By the first week of December, the castle's eaves wore long teeth of ice, and the lake had gone from green-black to slate. The dungeons, usually the warmest place in the castle in winter, were colder than usual this year, because the bloody Baron had taken, for reasons only the Baron knew, to drifting through the common room once a night and stopping to hover, for fully a minute at a time, 3 paces behind Harry Potter's chair. Harry, who had, by mutual silent agreement, settled into a small high-backed armchair by the common room fire as his unofficial throne, found that he did not mind the Baron. He had nodded to the ghost the first night it came. The Baron had nodded back, with ancient blood-stained gravity. They had not spoken. The Baron had continued, thereafter, to hover, and Harry had continued, thereafter, to read, and a silent pact of mutual respect had taken up residence in the Slytherin common room that no one, including, possibly, the Baron, could quite explain. Harry was, in these weeks, planning. He had, on Hermione's insistence, walked her up to the third-floor corridor on the last Thursday in November, and they had, with the combined assistance of Neville's astonishingly good sense of herbology, Ron's rat-sized courage, and Draco's supercilious lockpicking, looked through the door. They had seen a 3-headed dog. They had closed the door again. They had gone back to the library. That, Hermione had said firmly, when they had settled into Harry's corner, is a Cerberus, Harry. They sleep to music. They are standing on something. I know. How do you know? Hagrid told me, in a roundabout way, at tea on Saturday. He was upset that he had lost a Cerberus book to a traveller last year, which is, he says, how he came to own Fluffy. 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 The Cerberus is called, Fluffy. Hermione had been silent, in a way that suggested she was updating her opinion of a number of things, including Hagrid, all at once. All right. Well. Fluffy is standing on something, Harry. It must be, the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had said, patiently, because he had worked this out a week before she had. You already, yes. How did you? I have my grandfather's grimoire, Hermione. I have read, in the last fortnight, more of it than I have read of everything else I have ever read, because I believed I needed to. The grimoire contains an entry on the stone, and on its current likely location, and on the man who is presently trying to steal it. Hermione, her eyes narrowing, had put down her quill. Voldemort. Voldemort. He's dead. He isn't. Hermione had been silent for a long time. And you have known this, since the summer. Yes. And you have not told, I have told the headmaster. He is handling it, in his own way. I am not, as yet, interfering. Except that I expect, before Christmas, to be forced to interfere. Draco, at that point, had lowered his potions book. Harry. Yes. This is a great deal, Harry. I know. You are, what, a foot tall. I am 4 feet 11, Draco. That is my point. Harry had laughed. He had laid down his book. He had looked, in turn, at the 5 faces ranged around him in his corner of the library, Hermione bushy-haired and focused, Ron red-haired and frowning, Neville round-faced and steady, Draco pale and sharp, and Blaise Zabini, who had, without announcement and with great elegance, begun 3 weeks ago to join them at this table once a day, tall and amused. He had, between one breath and the next, made a decision that he had, in some corner of himself, already made 3 weeks ago. If, he had said, it comes to a fight, you will not be there. Any of you. I will not permit it. Dumbledore will not permit it. Slytherin does not permit it. Do not ask me to promise otherwise, I will not promise. I will only promise this, if there is a way to keep you out of it, I will keep you out of it, and if there is not, I will, at least, tell you, before I go. Hermione had said, quietly, all right. Draco had said, equally quietly, all right. Neville had said, levelly, I want to help. No, Neville. Harry, no, Neville. Not this. Not yet. You will be there on the next one. Neville, after a long moment, had nodded. Ron had said, if it's him, Harry, yes. I'm with you. Whatever you need. Thank you, Ron. Blaise, who had said nothing for most of the meeting, had looked at Harry over his long elegant hand. Potter. Zabini. I have, if you require it, an educated understanding of curse-breaking and a small talent for seeing the seams of enchantments at a distance. I do not, as my mother has reminded me several times, possess courage. But I have brains, and I have, now that you have made it clear you are not planning to cede this castle to anyone, found certain loyalties, clarifying. If you would, of all people, prefer the second brain of the smartest of the Zabini grandchildren to no second brain at all, I am offering. Accepted, Harry had said. Thank you, Blaise. Zabini had bowed, infinitesimally, over his book. Over the 3 weeks that followed, Harry had them working in shifts, without ever looking as though he had put them to work. Hermione had been researching everything that had ever been written about the Mirror of Erist, which Harry had, by a careful and invisible extension of his soul sense through the castle's stones, located, 3 nights in a row, on the 7th floor at different positions on different nights. Draco had been inventorying, through his mother's correspondence, every rumor his family possessed about where Nicholas Flamel's stone had last been sighted over the past century. Neville, who had access through Sprout to every corner of the herbology stores, had been quietly bringing Harry herbs that had specific effects on humans who were not, strictly, alive, Dittany, moonflower, aconite blossoms, and 3 small bulbs of a plant Sprout had called simply the Forgetting-Me, which Neville had taken from her without asking and planted, in small sealed clay pots, in the warded corner of the Slytherin common room for Harry's personal use. Ron had been, in the kind of quiet service only a youngest son could render, minding Harry's owl and watching Peter, Ron's own rat, with a new and deeply furrowed brow. Harry had, the night after the Halloween troll, taken Ron aside in the corridor and told him, point blank, that Scabbers was not a rat. Ron had gone pale. Ron had asked what he should do. Harry had asked him, for now, to do nothing, only to watch, and Ron, who had turned out to have an impressive aptitude for watching, had watched. By the 2nd week of December, Harry had a plan. By the night before the winter break, he had its pieces in place. On the last evening of term, at dinner in the Great Hall, Professor Quirrell did not appear. Harry, at the Slytherin table, did not turn his head. He did not look at the high table. He ate 3 bites of shepherd's pie. He drank half a cup of water. He set his goblet down. Across the table, Draco, watching him, stopped chewing. Draco had learned, over the course of this term, to read the micro-expressions of Harry Potter's face the way other children learn to read the micro-expressions of a cat. Now. Draco mouthed, silently. Harry gave, in the tiniest of all possible gestures, a twitch, nothing more, confirmation. Draco, without turning, flicked a small folded piece of parchment under the table to Blaise. Blaise caught it, without looking, with the edge of his fingernails. Blaise passed it, under the table, to Nott. Nott, who had been primed a fortnight ago and who had spent that fortnight in considered anticipation, rose without ceremony from his seat, bowed very politely to his prefect, and left the hall with the note. Within 7 minutes, 3 owls bearing 3 separate sealed parchments, each containing a different portion of the plan, none of which made sense without the others, were on their way from the Slytherin owl roost to 3 separate addresses. At the high table, Albus Dumbledore rose. "Excuse me, Minerva. A matter I had forgotten." He left the hall. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger set down her fork, looked across at the Slytherin table, and met Harry's eyes for one precise second. Harry nodded, microscopically. Hermione rose, with her best, "I have a headache," expression, and left the hall in the opposite direction to Dumbledore. At the staff table, Minerva McGonagall, whose eyes missed nothing, registered all 3 departures, stood up herself, and swept out after Dumbledore, not, as Dumbledore would have preferred, in his wake, but in a direction that would intersect him at a junction 2 corridors up. Harry did not rise. Harry had work to do first, and it was not in the corridor. He set his knife and fork neatly across his plate. He sipped his water. He got up. He walked, slowly, to the doors of the great hall. He left. In the entrance hall, he paused. The door to the outside was bolted against the cold. The marble stairs rose up in 2 broad curves toward the upper floors. A faint moaning cry, Peeves, busy elsewhere, drifted down from the 2nd floor. Harry put his hand briefly on the nearest banister, listened, through his palm, for the pattern of the castle's stones, felt the small knot that had formed on the 3rd floor where Quirrell was, at this moment, trying to subdue Fluffy, felt another knot, higher up, where Dumbledore had stepped, faster than Harry had predicted, into a corridor that was not the one Harry had expected, and felt a 3rd, a small bright knot, where Hermione had taken up her agreed-upon post on the 4th floor. Landing with an armful of old books. Ignotus, Harry whispered to the empty hall. I am here, child. He is moving for the mirror. He is. The old man will not reach him in time. The old man will be detained, gently, by a friend of mine, who has agreed to interrupt him with a cup of tea and a confession. Thank you. Harry. Yes. The 7th door will open tonight. Harry closed his eyes. Yes, he said. I know. It will hurt. I know. I will be with you. The whole time. Thank you. He went up the stairs. He did not take the grand staircase. He took the small narrow stair behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, which Draco's network of rumors had produced as a shortcut to the 7th floor, and halfway up it, he stepped sideways through the seam of the world, and came out, quite cleanly, outside the final door of the mirror chamber. The door was ajar. Soft firelight came through the crack. A low hissing voice was audible inside. Harry drew, for the first time in his life, the pale elder wand from his sleeve with the intention of using it in combat. The wand felt, in his hand, as weighty and as alive as if he had been holding a small animal. Along its surface, the spiral lines brightened, gently. Wait, he said to it, softly. It waited. He pushed the door open. The mirror chamber was circular, high-vaulted, lit only by a single torch at each of the 4 quarters and by the flickering light of the mirror of Erist itself, which stood, unmistakable, tall, framed in dark wood, engraved along the top with the reversed inscription Harry had, by now, memorized, at the center of the stone floor. In front of the mirror stood Quirinus Quirrell. He was turbanless. The back of his skull was open to the room, as if 2 faces had been stitched to the same neck. The face of Voldemort, pale, flat-nosed, with red eyes, blinked into the room from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell's own face, in the mirror, looked back at him, sweating. Potter, Voldemort hissed. Tom, Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. No one, he said, softly, has called me that to my face in 50 years. I am sorry. I was told it was rude. I do apologize. Professor. Quirrell, in the mirror, met Harry's eyes. Quirrell's own small cowardly soul, which had been, at the beginning of the year, a nervous yellow flicker, was by this point almost entirely consumed by the passenger. There was, Harry saw with his soul sense, still a thread of it. The thread was crying. Potter, Voldemort said, dragging Quirrell's face back around. You are in the wrong room. Leave. I cannot, Tom, because you are about to try to kill a very old man's dog and a very old man's stone, and I cannot, for reasons you might one day appreciate, allow you to do either. Child, also, Harry said, pleasantly, I have a splinter of you in my forehead that I would like to return. Voldemort went very still. What? A splinter of you, Tom. In my scar. I noticed when I was 6. I have been waiting, rather patiently, for a chance to give it back. Tonight seems convenient. Voldemort laughed, a thin, hissing, startled laugh. You are a child. You are a child playing at, you do not know what you are. I know rather more than you think, Tom. I know, for example, that you have spent 11 years believing that the reason no one has put you back in your body is that no one has found you a suitable host. I know, also, that you have spent 11 years believing that the reason I am alive is my mother's sacrifice, and nothing else. I know, finally, that you are in error about at least one of these. Potter, may I? Harry lifted the Elder Wand. Voldemort's eyes, the red eyes, widened at the sight of the wand, as though he had not seen it clearly until now, and then they widened further, as though he had seen something in the wand he had not expected to see. That is not, it is. That is a wand of, yes, Tom. It is a Peveril wand. For the briefest instant, in Voldemort's flat papery face, there was fear. Then Voldemort raised Quirrell's hand, and a stream of sickly green light leapt out of the end of Quirrell's own wand, not toward Harry, interestingly, but toward the mirror behind him, because Voldemort, even at the moment of his recognition, was a planner. Harry stepped, not sideways this time, not through the seam, simply a small light fast step, and the curse went past him and struck the mirror. The mirror shivered, reversed the curse back into the chamber, and the reflected curse struck Quirrell in the shoulder. Quirrell shrieked. The passenger shrieked louder. Ignotus, Harry said, quietly, aloud. In the small wooden room inside Harry's head, Ignotus Peveril stood up, took his staff from against the rafter, and stepped, for the second time in Harry's life, out of a place he was and into a place he was not. The chamber, for an instant, held two Harrys, one in a torn-sleeved Slytherin robe with a pale elder wand in his hand, and one taller, grayer, with a single white streak at his temple and a pale wood staff tipped at its crown with a spiral of silver. The two looked at each other. The first, very slightly, stepped aside. The second walked forward. Voldemort, Ignotus said. Voldemort stared. You, I do not, Ignotus Peveril. You have, I believe, been misusing my bloodline. You have put a splinter of yourself in my great-times-great-grandson. I am here to retrieve it. I am also, while I am here, going to make it very difficult for you to continue the conversation you seem to have started. Voldemort, who had, until this moment, been a wraith and a defense professor, attempted, with great effort, to pull himself fully out of Quirrell and into the air. He managed, for a second, a pale suggestion of a shape, like steam above a kettle. It was as much as he could manage on short notice. The shape hissed, viciously, and flung itself at Harry's forehead, intending, with the instinct of splintered things, to rejoin the splinter it had left there. Which was, of course, precisely what Ignotus had been waiting for. As the steam wraith came near Harry's scar, the splinter in the scar stirred. The coin of warmth under Harry's sternum, the seventh, the dark one, the sealed one, gave, for the first time in 11 years, a full and ringing answer. The seventh seal, which had held through everything Harry had survived, with the patience of a last line of defense, cracked in the exact moment Voldemort's splinter tried to reunite itself. It cracked and burst. Darkness, not the darkness of fear, but the vast, clean, black darkness of space behind stars, flooded out of Harry's chest. Harry heard, under the sound of it, a low calm familiar voice that was neither his grandfather's nor his own, that he had not heard before in his conscious life but that he recognized, without any effort, as the voice of the one who had sent Ignotus to him. "Hello, old friend," Death said. Voldemort's steam wraith, caught in the middle of its leap, froze. The splinter in the scar, for the first time, stopped being still. It did not shriek. It did not fight. It bowed, and it sank, and it was drawn, with a slow and inevitable suction, out of Harry's scar into the vast cold darkness Harry was now radiating out of his chest, and the steam wraith of Voldemort with it, and both the splinter and the wraith met, in the black center of Harry's seventh core, and both of them were, not destroyed, not killed, not unmade, but eaten, by something older and hungrier than any of them. Harry felt it happen. He felt, with bright sudden clarity, the size of the creature to which his seventh core was, at long last, a door. He felt, also, with bright sudden clarity, the creature's affection for him. He staggered. The elder wand, in his hand, sang. Ignotus, who had watched all this with the attentive gravity of a master watching a piece of furniture be moved, nodded once, as though satisfied. Quirrell, on the stone floor, was turning to dust. Without his passenger, his body, which had been consuming itself for over a year to keep the passenger alive, finally surrendered. There was nothing painful about it, for Quirrell. The yellow thread that had been left of his soul drifted, gently, up through the vaulted ceiling and out into the sky. Harry, without turning his head, noted its departure with something like relief, and released it, with the small magic of a funeral prayer, to wherever it was going. Silence. The mirror, at the center of the room, stood in its usual elegance, entirely undamaged. Its glass flickered. Inside it, where the reflection of a boy should have stood instead the tall, grey, gentle figure of a woman Harry had seen only in photographs, Lily Evans, with her green eyes and her red hair, and next to her a shaggy-haired smiling man, James Potter, with his hand on her shoulder. Lily, in the mirror, met Harry's eyes, and smiled, and lifted her hand in a small, perfect, familiar wave. Harry's breath caught. Ignotus, beside him, set his staff gently on Harry's shoulder. "They know," he said, softly. "They have always known. Say goodbye." Harry's eyes, for the first time that night, filled up. "I love you," he said, to the mirror. Lily, in the mirror, mouthed, "We love you too, darling." Then the image in the mirror changed. Lily faded. James faded. The mirror showed, instead, a small red stone the size of a plum, resting in the palm of Harry's own reflected hand. Harry looked down. In the palm of his actual hand, the philosopher's stone had appeared, warm, humming, waiting. He looked, questioning, at Ignotus. "A gift," Ignotus said, with a small amused smile, "from an old man who should have given it to someone else long ago. Hold it for the time being. I suspect Dumbledore will want to discuss it with you shortly." Harry closed his fingers over the stone. The mirror, very politely, clouded itself over and showed only the usual blank reflection. At the doorway, without any fanfare whatsoever, Albus Dumbledore arrived. He was flushed. He had, apparently, run up the last 3 flights. He took in the room, Quirrell's dust on the stones, the mirror standing untouched, Harry small and intact at the center, and his face moved through so many emotions in 2 seconds that Harry, looking, could not pick them apart. Ignotus, in the second before Dumbledore's eyes came to rest on him, bowed, not to Dumbledore, but to Harry, and stepped back into the small wooden room inside Harry's head. Dumbledore saw only a boy. "Harry." "Sir." "Are you?" "I am all right, sir. The splinter is out. Quirrell is, not. Tom is, not, for the moment." Dumbledore looked, hard, at the air around Harry. He reached, with the finest touch of his senses, for the septenary seal. He found, to Harry's bleak amusement, that the 7th ring on Harry's inner arm now glowed with steady gold. All 7. Dumbledore sat, heavily, on a carved stone bench along the chamber wall. "Oh, my boy," he said. "I am still your student, sir." "Yes. I did not force the last door, sir." "No," Dumbledore said, quietly. "I can see that. He forced it for you." "Yes. I should have seen, sir." Harry set the philosopher's stone, carefully, on the stone bench next to Dumbledore. "I should have told you sooner. I am not sure it would have changed anything. I am, as my grandfather points out, not very good at letting old men help." Dumbledore let out a laugh that was half a sob. "Your grandfather?" "Yes. I should very much like to meet him, one day." "I will ask, sir." "Thank you. Sir." Yes, Harry. Tom is not dead. I know. He has made other arrangements. I believe I know where one of them is. I will not tell you, not tonight. Not until I have had a chance to speak with my grandfather and my friends. I will tell you, in due course. Harry. Yes. There are things I should have told you years ago. Yes. When you wish, I will tell you. Thank you, sir. Not tonight. No. Of course not. Go to the hospital wing, Harry. Let Poppy look at your scar. Let her look at all of you. I shall manage the rest. Harry picked up his wand, the elder wand, which he had not in fact discharged once, and tucked it up his sleeve. He stood. He paused by the door. Sir. Yes. I am sorry about Quirrell. I am too. He was, I think, a better man than he was allowed to be. Yes, Harry. I will remember him. Thank you, Harry. Harry went. He did not, in fact, go to the hospital wing first. He went, instead, to the fourth-floor landing, where Hermione Granger was standing with her arms full of books and with tears tracking slowly down her face, because she had heard nothing and seen nothing and had assumed, for the last 30 minutes, that Harry Potter had been killed. Harry, on seeing her, walked straight across the landing and let her wrap herself around his shoulders and sob into his hair. I'm all right. You're bloody, idiotic, I'm all right. Don't you ever, I'm all right, Hermione. She cried. He let her cry. After a while, she lifted her head. Her eyes, red-rimmed, sharp as ever, went to his forehead. Your scar. Yes. It's different. Yes. It looks healed. It is healed. Hermione put her hand over her mouth and did not speak for several seconds. Then, in the manner of Hermione Granger, she wiped her face briskly with the back of her wrist and said, Right. Hospital wing. Now. Don't argue. Don't tell me you're all right. I can see the back of your robe, you stupid. Harry looked over his shoulder. The back of his robe had, without his noticing, a scorch mark the size of a dinner plate burned through it, as though some of the shock of the seventh seal's cracking had vented, not through him, but out of him. Ah, he said. Fine. Hospital wing. They went to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, taking one look at him, swore, briefly, professionally, and in French, and put him in a bed. Hermione sat in a chair next to him. Within 30 minutes, Draco and Neville and Ron had arrived, through combinations of pleading and bluff, and were installed around the bed in a small unsanctioned cluster that Pomfrey did not have the heart to scatter. Blaise joined them 10 minutes later with a bar of chocolate. Pansy and Knot joined them 20 minutes later with opinions. Harry, on clean sheets with a cup of hot chocolate at his elbow, lay in the middle of his improvised court and smiled up at the ceiling. Well? Draco asked. All 7, Harry said. Draco closed his eyes. Oh, gods. It is all right, Draco. You are going to be, I am going to be me. I am going to be me. That is all. Draco, after a long moment, opened his eyes again. He looked, with deep and bewildered affection, down at Harry. You know, he said, when I asked at Madame Malkin's if you were going to be in Slytherin, I did not quite mean, I know. I did not expect you to be the king of it by December. I am not the king of it, Draco. You are the king of it. I am a first year. You are a Peverell first year in Slytherin who has, in the last hour, killed a Dark Lord, recovered the Philosopher's Stone, and, I gather, made the headmaster cry. You are the king of it. Neville, solemnly, from the other side of the bed, said, he is the king of it. Ron, very quietly, with the honest uncomplicated loyalty of a youngest son, said, yeah. Hermione, over her book, said, he is also, in fact, our friend. Blaise, to Harry, said Potter. "Well done." And Pansy Parkinson, who had been sitting stiffly on the edge of her chair the whole time, squared her shoulders and said, briskly, "If we are all done being sentimental, I would like to observe, for the record, that we Slytherins are the first Slytherins in 250 years to help defeat a Dark Lord, and I expect this to be reflected in the House Cup scoring." Everyone laughed. Harry laughed hardest. Pomfrey, from the other end of the ward, told them all to go to bed. They did not go to bed. They stayed at Harry's bedside until the small hours of the morning, talking and eating and once, shockingly, briefly, singing. At some point Neville fell asleep across the foot of the bed. At some point Hermione fell asleep in the chair. At some point Draco stopped pretending he was above falling asleep and leaned, gingerly, against the headboard. Blaise slipped out to find his own bed around 3. Ron was snoring on a spare cot by 4. Harry, alone in the long dark ward, looked up at the ceiling and felt, under his sternum, the 7 coins turning in their slow patient circle, all of them, all 7, alive. "Thank you," he thought. From the small wooden room inside his head, Ignotus, who was at this hour, at long last, unpacking the small bag he had brought with him from the other place, said very softly, "You are welcome, child. Sleep." Harry slept. Far across the sea, in the hollow of a decaying tree in an Albanian forest, a wraith, the last true wraith of the man who had been Tom Riddle, flinched, once, as the last splinter of his deepest self was drawn out of a small boy's forehead and, with an almost reverent courtesy, disposed of. The wraith flailed. The wraith screamed, soundlessly. The wraith gathered itself, bit by bit, and fled, further north, to begin the long and cold and increasingly desperate work of reassembling a plan that had, in the space of 3 minutes, become impossible as originally drawn. Voldemort, in the wind of the Albanian night, whispered, in a voice no creature heard, "He is a Peverell. He has all 7. He has the stone. He has, how?" And then, after a long moment, "I will not make the mistake again of coming at him alone." In his tower, an old man with blue eyes stood at his window and watched the stars until dawn. He did not write in his red notebook. He did not touch the cracked bronze bead. He only watched, and when the first grey light came over the lake, he said, to Fawkes, "The board has changed again, old friend. I hope I have been changed enough with it to deserve him." Fawkes, who had been watching him watch the stars, gave him, for a second, the clear kind cheerful eye of a bird who had not changed in 1,000 years, and then, with a small hop, went to sleep. On the last day of term, Harry walked down to the Hogwarts Express at the platform in Hogsmeade with his trunk floating behind him and Hedwig on the handle. Draco was arguing cheerfully with Pansy about the relative merits of 2 different brands of self-inking quill. Blaise was telling not a long, serene, entirely made-up story about Italian wine. Ron and Hermione were, at the front of the column, not holding hands but also, Harry noticed, not holding hands. Neville was humming a small tune Harry had never heard before, which turned out to be a tune his mother had, in her youth, hummed around him when he could not sleep, and which he had, as one of the secondary effects of the binding's removal, remembered. They all boarded. They took their usual compartment. It had become, by this point, a known and broadly feared Slytherin-Gryffindor compartment, into which even the Weasley twins had, in a signal of approval Harry treasured, poked their heads during his final week to offer him a complimentary pack of dung bombs. They sat. The train started. Harry, by the window, turned the Philosopher's Stone over in his pocket once. He had not, in the end, returned it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, in a quiet conversation the next afternoon, had told him to keep it, for now, on the understanding that Harry would consult Flamel about its destruction and would, at the appropriate moment, destroy it with Dumbledore's full ceremonial cooperation. Harry had agreed. The stone, in his pocket, hummed quietly. Harry found he did not, actually, want it to make him immortal, which was, he supposed, one of the things about a Peverell. Outside the window, England scrolled past. At King's Cross, the Dursleys would be waiting, in the car park, with the kind of faces that Uncle Vernon had composed for him. Harry would sleep in his old attic, now decorated with the small treasures he had acquired during term. He would write letters to Abigail. He would receive Abigail, on Boxing Day, for a visit that Petunia had, under Harry's perfectly mild gaze across the breakfast table on the fourth day, agreed to permit. He would spend an afternoon at Diagon Alley during the holiday, and another at Malfoy Manor, because Draco had insisted, and because Narcissa Malfoy had written, courteously, on cream paper, and he would spend, in particular, one long quiet evening with his grandfather, in the attic, not speaking, only sitting together in the small wooden room that was, now, as much Harry's as it was Ignotus's. He looked at Draco, asleep against Pansy's shoulder, and at Hermione, chewing the end of her quill over a Transfiguration essay, and at Ron, who was beating Neville, cheerfully, at chess. He looked at Blaise, across from him, who lifted his chin in the small elegant salute that was Blaise's form of companionship. He looked, last, at his own reflection in the window. The scar on his forehead had, as Hermione had noted in the hospital wing, faded. It was still visible, a small, clean lightning mark, the color of old silver, but the splinter was gone. The eyes that looked back at him were his, only his, at last his entirely. All 7, Harry said, softly, to his reflection. Under his sternum, 7 coins turned together, and the pale elder wand along his sleeve pulsed once, in agreement, and the train went on. That afternoon, before the train reached King's Cross, Harry made 3 visits to the private room inside his own head. He made the first to check his cores. He walked, in the small interior garden that had once been only a dragon's pen under a tin roof and was now a proper courtyard with a fountain, and he sat, in turn, beside each of the 7 small fires that represented his 7 open cores, and he laid his palm, gently, above each flame. Fire, mind, soul, space, beast, ward, death. Each flame was steady. Each flame was healthy. The 7th, which had been until the previous week a dark unlit thing, was, now, a small cool white-silver flame, reserved in size but perfectly controlled. Harry smiled at it. It did not smile back, because it was a fire. But it felt, to him, like an old and polite acquaintance whose company he had been missing without realizing it. He made his second visit to his library. He had been adding, in the last week, a great many new entries. He took down the shelf labeled 7 cores, 1 throne. He wrote, at the bottom of the last card, all open. None lost. None misused. None, please, ever again sealed. He closed the card. He put it back. He made his 3rd visit to the small wooden room in which Ignotus lived. It had changed, in the last week, from a bare cell to something more like a small study. Ignotus had, at Harry's insistence, brought a second chair. A low table between the chairs held a plain wooden board on which they had, during the long sleepless hours in the hospital wing, begun a chess game. Ignotus, when Harry entered, looked up from the board and smiled. Your move. Harry sat. He studied the board. He moved a bishop. Ignotus, after a moment's thought, moved a knight, which was rude of him in the circumstances, because Harry had very carefully set up the bishop to threaten the knight, and yet the knight came anyway, because Ignotus was that sort of player. Grandfather. Yes, child. I have a question. I imagined you would ask. Why did you wait, really, to come? Ignotus considered the board. 3 reasons, he said. The first is that I was not permitted to come any sooner. The second is that I did not wish to. You had to grow up a little on your own, Harry, or you would have been mine rather than yours, and that would have been a sort of seal too. The third? The third, Ignotus said, gently, is that I was afraid. Of you. Of what I had been told about you. Of the 7 cores. There has not been a Peveril with 7 cores in the 400 years I have been where I am. I was afraid, Ignotus, who made his bargain with death and has lived quite comfortably ever since, I was afraid of what I would see when I arrived. I was afraid you would be too much for me. I suspected, from the look of you at 4, you would be. I was right. Harry looked up. I am too much for you. Comfortably, yes, Ignotus said, without grief. That is as it should be. Grandparents, if we are any good, raise children we cannot hold. I hold you only in love. That is the whole of what I can do for you, now. You will do the rest. Including, I suspect, a great deal that will astonish me. Harry did not speak for a moment. Grandfather. Yes. I love you. Ignotus moved his queen, carefully. He did not answer in words. He only, very gently, laid his long hand on top of the small hand Harry was about to move another piece with, and held it there for a second. Then, with the same gentleness, he lifted his hand, and gestured, politely, that it was Harry's turn. Harry took his knight with a rook. Ignotus laughed, startled. Oh, he said. Oh, that is going to cost me. I thought, Harry said, primly, that might be the case. They played 3 more moves. Then the whistle of the train, somewhere far above the courtyard of Harry's head, began its long slow fall toward King's Cross, and Harry, regretfully, set his palm on the edge of the board and rose. I will be back. I know. I will be here. Go see your friends. Harry stepped, gently, out of the wooden room and back into the jolting train compartment, where Hermione was shaking his shoulder and saying, Harry, we're nearly there, you've been asleep for half an hour, wake up, and where Draco, looking over her shoulder, was saying, let him sleep, he has earned it, and where Ron was snoring in a corner, still, and where Neville had, in Harry's absence, made everyone a cup of tea from some apparatus he had coaxed out of the trolley which. Harry opened his eyes, smiled at all of them, and sat up. Hi. Hi, Hermione said, firmly. Was I loud? Peaceful, Blaise said. Almost worryingly so. We thought you'd died, Draco said, with aristocratic calm, for about 8 seconds. We chose, on the whole, not to panic. Commendable. They watched the platform come into view. They gathered their things. They filed, in the loose untidy affectionate cluster they had, by the end of the term, become, down through the corridor of the train and out onto the steam of platform 9 3/4. On the platform, in the mist, were the Weasleys, Molly, Arthur, all the boys, and, behind them, standing very upright in a tailored black coat, Narcissa Malfoy, whose pale eyes found Draco at once and who permitted her mouth, on seeing him in good health, to move into the smallest imaginable smile. Behind Narcissa, a tall silver-headed man, Lucius Malfoy, caught Harry's eye across the mist and, gravely, inclined his head. Harry, equally gravely, inclined his own. Behind the Malfoys, just visible at the edge of the barrier, Harry saw, with a pang he had not expected, Aunt Petunia. She was wearing her best coat. She was holding, awkwardly, a small potted plant in one gloved hand, a white chrysanthemum, which was, as far as Harry knew, the first flower she had ever bought for him. She did not, when she saw him, smile. But she did, when she saw him, stand up very straight, as though this one thing, this one month, she was going to be able to do. Harry's chest, in the middle of the platform, did something unexpected. He looked at her for a long second. Then he walked toward her. Aunt Petunia. Harry. She held out the plant. He took it. She did not meet his eyes. He did not force her to. Thank you. The lady at the shop said it was the sort your mother liked. Yes. I know. Lily, Petunia's voice cracked. She did not finish the sentence. Harry, without thinking, touched the back of her gloved wrist with 2 fingers, the lightest touch possible, the way he had once touched Neville's hand on the Hogwarts Express, and said, quietly, I know, Aunt Petunia. Petunia pressed her lips together. Her eyes, for a second, very nearly leaked. Get your trunk, she said, brusquely. Vernon is waiting. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He walked with her, the potted plant on top of his trunk, out through the barrier. At the Weasley cluster, Ron broke off from his mother long enough to yell, "See you next term, Harry !" Across the mist. At the Malfoy cluster, Draco mouthed, "All right," which Harry, smiling, returned with a nod, and Hermione, with the iron authority of a girl who had been making plans for weeks, shouted, "I am writing you on New Year's Day and I expect an answer the same day, Potter !" Harry laughed. Petunia, for the barest instant, glanced sideways at him as if she had never heard him laugh quite that loudly before. She did not speak of it. He did not speak of it. On the journey home, Uncle Vernon, at the wheel of the Vauxhall, did not speak at all. Dudley, in the back seat, had gone through a remarkable growth spurt at school and was, in Harry's calm assessment, about 80% more a human being than he had been in August. Dudley, without turning his head, said, Did you have a good term, then?" "I did, thank you, Dudley." "Right. Well. Good." Vernon, hearing this, went red around the ears, but did not, after a long glance at his son in the rearview mirror, interfere. At number 4, Harry carried his trunk up to the attic without magic, because he felt it polite to do so. He put the white chrysanthemum on the small table under the attic skylight. He set, with a flick of his fingers, a tiny warming ward around it, so that it would not die in the cold. He laid, on the floor, the ribbon and the marble and the shoelace in the shape of a circle, a triangle, and a line, not because he needed them any longer, but because he wanted to. Hedwig, on the perch Harry had built for her last summer out of a broken broom handle, ruffled her feathers. Outside, on the telegraph wire, Thorn the magpie, who had flown ahead of the train, sat in his usual spot and watched the street. Harry sat on the attic floor. He lifted his palm. A small pearl of blue-gold flame rose, politely, to hover an inch above his skin. Next to it, a small cool white-silver flame, the new one, the 7th, Death's Own, rose as well. The two flames hung, side by side, above Harry's palm, and after a moment of mutual consideration, they bowed to each other and settled. Harry closed his hand. Both flames went where they were told. He walked to the skylight. He looked up. The stars, in the winter dusk, were coming out one by one over Little Whinging. Somewhere, across a sea, a wraith that had been Tom was beginning the long cold work of Plan B. Somewhere, in a tower by a lake, an old man was writing, finally, to Nicholas Flamel. Somewhere, on a blanket in front of a fire in a manor in Wiltshire, a pale boy was writing his first letter home to a Slytherin friend. Somewhere, in a muggle flat in a city Harry had never been to, a yellow-haired girl was writing a letter of her own that began, "Dear Harry, I told you the girls were very tidy." Somewhere, in a small wooden room inside Harry's own head, a grey-haired man was setting up a chessboard and humming, to himself, the same tune Lily Potter had once hummed to a baby. Harry Potter, 11 years old, stood under the attic skylight and smiled. 7 doors, he said, to no one at all, and also to everyone. All open. None sealed. Let's see what we do with them. Chapter 6 End.